Chapter 561. After a long time, Fang Chen looked away from the chessboard. He thought for a long time and figured out a lot of things, but there were also a lot of things that he couldn't figure out. He didn't know who the fat old man in black was, nor did he know why Zhenren Hantian was acting like he was facing a great enemy, nor did he know what that deafening sound was. Everything made Fang Chen feel a little incredulous. Why did he see a scene from a long time ago before he came to the chessboard? Was this Zhenren Hantian's doing? Suddenly, Fang Chen shook his head and left the chessboard. Even if he was given a few more days, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Instead of that, he might as well explore it himself. The chessboard, which was that chessboard, was placed motionlessly on the stone table. Fang Chen had already left the pavilion and came to the edge of the pond. Just as Fang Chen was about to continue exploring the garden, his face suddenly froze. He immediately looked at the grass in front of him in disbelief. If I remember correctly, shouldn't there be a small tree trunk here? Fang Chen said in a low voice. In an instant, he was once again immersed in the scene just now. He could clearly see that when he was watching Zhenren Hantian and the fat old man in black play chess, there was a living tree trunk behind them in the grass that Fang Chen was pointing at. However, at this moment, Fang Chen found that the entire garden hadn't changed at all. Only the tree trunk here had disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen realized that something was wrong. He went to the grass and carefully observed it. Fang Chen pushed the grass aside and found that there were some signs of soil loosening in the grass. Then, he dug up the soil and found that there really seemed to be a tree trunk here. However, for some reason, the tree trunk had disappeared. The tree trunk looked very ordinary, but if Zhenren Hantian could plant it here, it was probably not simple. In the entire garden, other than the tree trunk, nothing else had been moved for so long. The tree trunk. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he searched the garden. The garden wasn't too big. The flowers and plants here absorbed the rich spiritual energy and maintained their green and lush state. Fang Chen searched the entire garden, but he could not find the tree trunk in the picture. In the end, he stopped in front of a thick, towering tree. Why can't I find it? Fang Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, the Banxianshu appeared. The Banxianshu had more or less recovered, but it had given all of its life fluid to the little mouse to save the little mouse. It was severely injured and needed to recuperate. What did you find? Fang Chen asked when he saw the Banxianshu. I seem to have sensed the aura of the immortal tree, Banxianshu said in a deep voice. Immortal tree. Hearing this, Fang Chen immediately thought of the tree trunk in the picture. Then, he hurriedly asked, where did the aura of the immortal tree come from? The Banxianshu did not explain to Fang Chen. It moved its flexible body directly to the towering tree in front of Fang Chen and quickly climbed up the tree. There's the aura of the immortal tree on the towering tree? Fang Chen was puzzled. After a while, the Banxianshu climbed to the top of the towering tree. At this time, Fang Chen could not see the Banxianshu's position anymore. Just then, something fell from the towering tree. Fang Chen habitually dodged it. Then, he fixed his eyes on it. It was a withered tree trunk. This tree trunk was very withered and had long lost its vitality. However, when Fang Chen took a closer look, he suddenly realized that this tree trunk was the same tree trunk as the one in the picture. This tree trunk. Fang Chen looked at the Banxianshu coming down from the towering tree and hurriedly asked. This tree trunk is a leaf from the immortal tree. It was transplanted here by a human expert using heaven-defying methods. But once it leaves the immortal tree's trunk, the leaf is destined to wither. This tree trunk climbed onto the towering tree and wanted to absorb its vitality, but it still withered in the end, said the Banxianshu. Fang Chen was startled. He was even more shocked. This tree trunk was actually a leaf from the immortal tree. No wonder it was transplanted here. Fang Chen understood. Zhenren Hantian was a spirit vortex realm expert. To be able to be transplanted here by him, it was definitely extraordinary. It seemed that Zhenren Hantian also wanted to let the immortal tree's leaf transform again and regain its vitality. Unfortunately, after he died, no one took care of the immortal tree's leaf. In the end, the leaf withered. The Banxianshu looked at the withered immortal tree's leaf and said helplessly, If the immortal tree's leaf had vitality, it would be very important to me. But the withered immortal tree's leaf can at most nourish my body, continued the Banxianshu. Fang Chen did not think too much about it. Since the withered immortal tree's leaf was also useful to the Banxianshu, then he would just give it to the Banxianshu. Take it with you, said Fang Chen. The Banxianshu nodded, then took the withered leaf and entered the special space ring. Fang Chen glanced at the towering tree and then once again went to the place where Zhenren Hantian had planted the immortal tree's leaf. Because he knew that the tree trunk was the immortal tree's leaf, Fang Chen inspected it very carefully. He dug up the soil and examined it carefully. Finally, he found something strange. Although the soil was exactly the same as ordinary soil, Fang Chen still felt that something was wrong. Fang Chen held the soil in his hand and then brought it close to his nose. He sniffed it carefully and discovered that besides a trace of the immortal tree's aura, there was also a complicated aura in the soil. Could it be that there's another world underground? Fang Chen was very puzzled. In the end, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and began to dig at the soil vigorously. He wanted to see what exactly was below. Hiss. In a short while, Fang Chen had dug a few meters deep. At this time, the complicated aura in the soil became even stronger. This made Fang Chen even more certain that there was another world underground. He continued to dig with the hidden star sword. After a full hour, Fang Chen stopped digging. At this time, some stones appeared before Fang Chen. Stones. Fang Chen looked at the rocks with a puzzled look on his face. He continued to expand the area and dig around. Before long, a larger range of stones appeared before his eyes. After careful examination by Fang Chen, he came to the conclusion that these stones were the top of a palace. There's a palace underground, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen was even more shocked. He recalled the second image he had seen. In the image, the place where the deafening sound had come from was in this direction. When Zhenren Hantian had turned his head to look in this direction, he had looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Perhaps this palace is related to Zhenren Hantian's fall, Fang Chen thought to himself. What kind of existence could make Zhenren Hantian look like he was facing a great enemy? At this moment, Fang Chen felt a trace of fear in his heart. He was thinking about whether to enter this palace or not. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Chen decided to go in and take a look. Perhaps Zhenren Hantian had left some inheritance here. Let's give it a try, Fang Chen said solemnly as he nodded. Fang Chen gently knocked on the stone and found that it was hollow underneath. According to his judgment, the thickness of these stones should be able to be cut by the sharpness of the hidden star sword. However, Fang Chen did not act rashly. Why was the Banxianshu planted here and why was there a mysterious palace underground? What did all of this have to do with Zhenren Hantian's fall? Zhenren Hantian was the owner of this mansion. According to Fang Chen's speculation, Zhenren Hantian was at least an expert at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. An expert at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm was an expert at the 7th to 9th level. Even in the entire 5-element state, they were top experts. Until now, Fang Chen had only seen the Dark Lord, who was at the 1st level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He had never seen an expert at the spiritual whirlpool realm who was stronger than that. Dong. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Fang Chen felt the ground tremble. Traces of a strange aura seeped out from the stone. Hiss. Just as the strange aura was about to seep into Fang Chen's body, the stone suddenly emitted a bright light and blocked the strange aura. Restriction. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. There was a restriction on the stone. It seemed that this restriction was left behind by Zhenren Hantian. Thinking of this, Fang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. Otherwise, he would have been treated as an enemy by the restriction and killed immediately. Soon after, Fang Chen came out of the pit. He had to make sure that there was no danger before entering. However, at this moment, Fang Chen saw that the chessboard in the pavilion was emitting a bright light that shone in all directions. Fang Chen was shocked. He immediately leaped into the pavilion. At this moment, the black pieces and Shirako were moving around on the chessboard. Rays of bright light shot out from the chessboard. Fang Chen was shocked. Why were the chess pieces moving? Just as Fang Chen was shocked, the chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly stopped moving. Fang Chen looked down and saw that the black pieces and Shirako had formed a strange map on the chessboard. This map was exactly the map of the garden he was in. A map of the garden. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily when he saw this scene. On the chessboard, there were only a few Shirako scattered around the periphery of the chessboard. All the black pieces surrounded the Shirako in the center of the chessboard. Fang Chen's finger fell on the Shirako. This Shirako represented the place where the branches and leaves of the immortal tree were planted. It was also the place where he had just dug the soil. Chapter 562. What exactly was in the palace? Why would Zhenren Hantian use such a special method to leave these clues on the chessboard? Fang Chen was very puzzled. His finger touched the Shirako, which was surrounded by many black pieces. Suddenly, a gentle light emitted from the Shirako. This gentle light was filled with an ancient aura. Fang Chen was stunned and subconsciously looked at the large hole he had dug. The ancient aura from the Shirako was suspended in the sky and then poured into the large hole. Finally, it merged with the palace's restriction. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that a gap had appeared in the restriction. At the gap, the stone suddenly loosened. Fang Chen was completely shocked. Could all of this have been part of Zhenren Hantian's plan? How could this have happened? Could he have predicted that someone would come here? Fang Chen was shocked. He hurriedly left the pavilion and came to the large hole. After glancing at the gap in the palace, Fang Chen pondered for a moment and finally decided to enter the gap. Old Ancestor, what exactly is inside? Fang Chen asked. Old Ancestor Bronze was a powerhouse from ancient times. He was very experienced and knowledgeable, so he might know what was inside the palace. Old Ancestor Bronze was silent for a while when he heard this. Then, he said, Zhenren Hantian has some tricks up his sleeve. He was able to design such a strange scene with the strength of the spiritual vortex realm. Not bad. Who was Old Ancestor Bronze? When he was still alive, he was one of the most powerful existences on the ancient sword continent. When he stomped his foot, the ancient sword continent would tremble. Such a powerhouse's strength definitely surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. However, he was actually praising a spiritual vortex realm martialist. This was enough to show how amazing Zhenren Hantian was. There should be something sealed in this palace. I don't know what it is exactly. Everything you just saw was a trap set up by Zhenren Hantian before he died. He was waiting for his descendants to arrive, Ancestor Bronze said. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. He sighed inwardly. Zhenren Hantian was truly resourceful. Based on Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen could tell that Zhenren Hantian's methods had earned Old Ancestor Bronze's praise. Then, is there any danger in this palace? Fang Chen continued to ask. Ancestor Bronze said, there will definitely be danger, but with danger comes opportunity. You can try. Upon hearing Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen nodded and jumped into the gap. After he entered the palace, the gap disappeared instantly. Then, the mound above the garden instantly filled up the big hole. At this time, on the chessboard in the pavilion, the black and white pieces changed their positions again and returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. As for Fang Chen, after entering the gap, he realized that his body was falling. Before long, his body landed on the ground. He looked around and saw that it was pitch black. Then, he unleashed the fire-intent realm and lit up the entire palace. At this time, Fang Chen realized that he was in a small corner of the palace. There was a huge door in front of him. What a strange feeling. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he walked up to the door and gently pushed it open. Suddenly, a cold aura hit him in the face. When Fang Chen sensed this aura, his face changed. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. This place was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. What was going on? Roar. When Fang Chen opened the door, countless screams entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen looked carefully and was shocked to discover that there were a large number of remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect imprisoned in this palace. When these remnant souls discovered that human cultivators had entered, They let out angry roars. Could it be that Zhenren Hantian's death has something to do with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen thought to himself. He quickly retreated and closed the door, returning to the room he had been in. Roar! Countless remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect let out deafening screams. They had been trapped here for many years, unable to leave. It seems that Zhenren Hantian's death really does have something to do with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a remnant soul suddenly floated in through the gap in the door and attacked Fang Chen. "You're courting death," Fang Chen roared. Then, he executed the 6th level of the Phantom Sword technique. With a slash of his sword, he slashed at the remnant soul. The remnant soul was directly hacked to death by Fang Chen's sword, and its soul scattered. After all, they were remnant souls. After being trapped in this palace for so many years, they were already extremely weak. They posed no threat to Fang Chen. Then, one remnant soul after another rushed towards Fang Chen. They seemed to want to possess Fang Chen. As long as they could do so, they would have a chance of leaving. Countless remnant souls attacked Fang Chen continuously. As for the latter, he was also crazily using the illusionary god sword art. The wild sword intent filled the entire room. After an hour, Fang Chen finally stopped killing. During this period of time, he had killed more than 100 remnant souls. At this moment, Fang Chen was a little out of breath. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was because he realized that his understanding of the Phantom Sword technique had deepened as he crazily killed the remnant souls. Just nice, I can practice my Phantom Sword technique. Since the remnant souls posed no threat to him, he could use them to practice his Phantom Sword technique. Thinking of this, Fang Chen opened the door and appeared in the palace. The palace was filled with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect. On the ground, there were piles of corpses. These corpses had been piled up for so long that they had already rotted. At this moment, the Banxianshu suddenly appeared and took root on the corpses, crazily absorbing the deathly aura in the corpses. "This feels so good." The Banxianshu screamed crazily as it absorbed the deathly aura. Both the aura of life and the deathly aura could cause the Banxianshu to transform. The Banxianshu had just absorbed the withered leaves of the immortal tree and was in the process of transforming. Now that it discovered such a majestic deathly aura in the outside world, it naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The Banxianshu wasn't afraid of the resentful remnant souls at all. It was crazily absorbing the deathly aura in the corpses. On the other hand, Fang Chen was crazily using the 6th level of the Phantom Sword technique, constantly killing the remnant souls. Damned human. If our lord hadn't perished with that old bastard Zhenren Hantian back then, we wouldn't have fallen to this state, a resentful remnant soul said coldly. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. According to them, Zhenren Hantian had perished with their lord back then. A member of the Yellow Spring sect who could perish with a spiritual vortex realm expert was definitely not a protector. Could it be a monarch? Fang Chen was stunned. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. In the Yellow Spring sect, other than the 108 captains, 72 hall masters, and 36 protectors, there were also the 8 great kings and the 3 great honorables. Above them was the elusive Yellow Spring sect master. A long time ago, Fang Chen had obtained a finger from the Yellow Spring sect master. He had wanted to ask a spiritual vortex realm expert to seal it, but it had been swallowed by the little mouse. The 8 great kings of the Yellow Spring sect were all experts at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm. They were very powerful. Thinking about it this way, the person who killed Zhenren Hantian back then was indeed one of the great kings of the Yellow Spring sect. However, according to the remnant souls, it seemed that the great king had also perished. "We'll be free if we kill you," the remnant soul said angrily. "I'm afraid you won't be able to do it." Fang Chen sneered. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen had been fighting in the palace. After fighting for half a day, Fang Chen had finally killed almost all the remnant souls in the palace. The remaining remnant souls hid behind a wooden box in the depths of the palace out of fear. At this time, Fang Chen's phantom sword technique had successfully reached the 7th level. Its power was even more tyrannical. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he quickly walked forward. The Banxianshu was still absorbing the deathly aura from the corpses. These corpses had accumulated for a long time and were filled with an endless amount of deathly aura. It was enough for the Banxianshu to absorb. This feels great. The Banxianshu laughed heartily. Fang Chen went around the Banxianshu and came to the wooden box in the depths of the palace. Human, you deserve to die. The remnant soul hiding behind the wooden box roared angrily. Fang Chen waved his hand and stabbed the tip of the hidden star sword into the wooden box. With a little force, the wooden lid opened. Suddenly, a fierce light rushed out. Fang Chen saw that there was a heart in the wooden box. Furthermore, the heart was still moving slowly. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Damn it, stop him. At this time, the remaining remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect couldn't help but roar loudly. They rushed toward Fang Chen, as if to protect the heart in the wooden box. Phantom Sword Technique, 7th level. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen unleashed the 7th level of the Phantom Godsword skill. The powerful sword light instantly shattered the remnant souls of these Yellow Spring sect remnants. When the last remnant soul was shattered, Fang Chen found that the heart in the wooden box was beating much faster. Moreover, it was absorbing the aura of the Yellow Spring sect in the palace. When Fang Chen saw this scene, his heart was filled with shock. He finally understood. This beating heart should be the 8 great kings of the Yellow Spring sect who perished together with Zhenren Hantian. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was shocked. The heart of one of the 8 great kings, an expert at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm, was still beating after so many years. Chapter 563. Thinking back to what had happened, Fang Chen was even more convinced that Zhenren Hantian had left behind those scenes for the sake of letting future generations see the king's heart. Oh dear! Could it be that Zhenren Hantian had predicted that the king's heart would gradually gain vitality and come back to life after a few years? Why hadn't anyone else discovered this garden? Why was he the only one who had entered? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. However, the most important thing right now was how to deal with this heart. The heart in the box was beating rapidly. Fang Chen could even sense that this king's heart seemed to be coming back to life. Fang Chen looked at the king's heart in the wooden box nervously. At this moment, the king's heart beat even faster. A strong aura of the Yellow Springs sect emanated from the heart. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back as he stared at the king's heart. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the palace. Immediately after, an illusory figure gradually appeared above the king's heart. As soon as this illusory figure appeared, it immediately suppressed the restless king's heart. The king's heart in the wooden box instantly quieted down and stopped beating. However, Fang Chen could sense that the king's heart was only temporarily suppressed. It still had vitality. Fang Chen looked up at the illusory figure above the wooden box and was instantly stunned. Wasn't this Zhenren Hantian? He was dressed in white and had the demeanor of an immortal. He still looked the same as before. He hadn't changed at all. Zhenren Hantian! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. In front of the chessboard, Fang Chen saw a scene from the past. In that scene, Zhenren Hantian was dressed in white and had the demeanor of an immortal. He was playing chess with a fat old man dressed in black. Was this Zhenren Hantian's remnant consciousness? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Just as Fang Chen was wondering, Zhenren Hantian spoke. This is the scene I left behind before I died. My soul has long been scattered. Hearing Zhenren Hantian's words, Fang Chen was startled, but immediately understood. Back then, Zhenren Hantian had completely fallen, and even his soul had been shattered. The phantom before him was only left behind before his death. Back then, I built a mansion here and killed a large number of Yellow Springs sect members. In the end, I attracted a king of the Yellow Springs sect. He fought with me for 3 days and 3 nights, but in the end, he perished together with me, Zhenren Hantian said. When you saw my shadow, it meant that you had seen everything on the chessboard. That's right. I intentionally left that chessboard behind because I knew that I didn't have the slightest chance of winning against the king of the Yellow Spring sect. So, I had to leave something behind. However, what I didn't expect was that the fat black-clothed old man who was playing chess with me, who had always been close to me, was actually the king of the Yellow Spring sect when the king appeared. At that time, my heart was like dead ashes. After the battle with the king, he finally chose to perish together with him. His entire body was destroyed, and even his soul was shattered, leaving only the king's heart. I was lucky not to die on the spot. I used my remaining life to seal the king's heart in this palace, and then tampered with the chessboard. The king of the Yellow Springs sect was abnormally capable. I didn't completely destroy him and let him leave the heart behind. I was worried that he would take the opportunity to revive in the future, so I left behind all kinds of clues, waiting for the fated person to come here. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder when he first saw the fat old man in black, there was a hint of a complicated expression in the latter's eyes. It turned out that he was one of the kings of the Yellow Springs sect. Fang Chen could imagine how Daoist Master Han Tian felt when he found out about this. His heart must have been like dead ashes. His close friend was actually the king of the Yellow Springs sect. At this time, Fang Chen thought of the second scene he saw. Not long after the fat old man in black left, there was suddenly a trembling sound. Then, Zhenren Hantian turned his head, and his expression changed drastically, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this time, the king should be saving the remnant souls suppressed by Zhenren Hantian. When Zhenren Hantian saw this, he was shocked. Fang Chen's deep eyes looked at the phantom and continued to listen. When you see the king's heart, I hope you can think of all the warriors of the ancient sword continent and take it away, then find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, when it completely revives, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, Zhenren Hantian continued. Fang Chen glanced at the king's heart and didn't say anything. Fated one, if you can destroy the king's heart, you will obtain my life's work, said Zhenren Hantian. What really attracted Fang Chen was Zhenren Hantian's last sentence. But he also knew that destroying the king's heart was too difficult. Senior, I will do my best. Fang Chen cupped his hands. At this time, Zhenren Hantian's phantom disappeared, and the suppressed king's heart began to beat once more. Without Zhenren Hantian's suppression, the king's heart became abnormally active. Fang Chen looked at the king's heart and clicked his tongue. He didn't know what to do with it. At this time, he could only ask Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, what should I do with this king's heart? Asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze said, with your current cultivation base, you can't completely destroy it. But what? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. If you can bring the king's heart out, perhaps the little mouse will be able to eat it. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Why did he not think of this? Back then, the little mouse had been able to crush the Yellow Spring sect's sect master's finger. What was a mere king's heart? The difference between the king of the Yellow Spring sect and the sect master was simply too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. Thinking of that, Fang Chen smiled. It seems that if I want to completely destroy the king's heart, I'll have to wait until I leave this place. But once I leave, even if I destroy the king's heart, I won't be able to obtain Zhenren Hantian's life's work. Fang Chen suddenly thought of something. The life's work of a high-level spirit vortex realm expert was extremely attractive to Fang Chen. Zhenren Hantian, I have a way to destroy the king's heart, but I'll have to wait until I leave this place. Can you give me your life's work in advance? Fang Chen didn't know if Zhenren Hantian could hear him, so he shouted directly. But no one responded. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. What a pity. If only the little mouse was here, I could have dealt with it directly, Fang Chen said helplessly. In the end, Fang Chen could only put the king's heart into his interspatial ring. Then, Fang Chen called the Banxianshu and prepared to leave. Let's go, Fang Chen said. The Banxianshu reluctantly walked down from the pile of bones and entered the special interspatial ring. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly froze. His face was filled with shock, and he immediately took out the king's heart. Dong. The king's heart was beating rapidly. It had just been absorbing the spirit stones in Fang Chen's interspatial ring. It's actually absorbing the energy in the spirit stones, Fang Chen said in a low voice. If the king's heart absorbed enough spirit stones, it might be able to revive. Fang Chen couldn't take this risk. After thinking for a while, he put the king's heart into the special interspatial ring and let the Banxianshu watch over it. Dong the king's heart kept beating, but with the Banxianshu watching over it, Fang Chen was no longer worried. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and find the life's work that Zhenren Hantian had mentioned. While all of a sudden, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating faster. What's wrong with the golden heart? Fang Chen was puzzled. The golden heart had been silent for a long time, but now it was beating rapidly. Every time the golden heart beat rapidly, it was accompanied by some opportunity. Was it the same this time? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He observed the golden heart while looking around. Dong the golden heart released a powerful suction force that came out of Fang Chen's body and entered the special interspatial ring. While in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the king's heart disappeared. Next, Fang Chen discovered that the king's heart had silently entered his body. Could it be that the golden heart wants to devour the king's heart? Fang Chen was shocked. From what Fang Chen knew, the golden heart would only devour the energy in spirit stones. How could it be interested in the king's heart? Hiss. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the king's heart was slowly being devoured by the golden heart. Roar. As the king's heart was devoured, a deafening roar filled the air. Fang Chen guessed that it was the king's heart. But in the face of the golden heart, a mere king's heart was nothing. In the blink of an eye, the king's heart disappeared, and the golden heart's beating became much slower. Fang Chen examined it and didn't find any changes. However, the moment the king's heart disappeared, the entire palace changed. Chapter 564. The moment the golden heart devoured the king's heart, a majestic light instantly penetrated the entire mansion and drilled into the palace where Fang Chen was. It then appeared in front of Fang Chen. Crash. At that moment, the majestic light released a dazzling light that made Fang Chen unconsciously close his eyes. Suddenly, the entire palace was filled with a rich sword Dao aura. Fang Chen's sword body instantly activated spontaneously. The majestic sword intent continuously absorbed the sword Dao aura in the palace. In Fang Chen's mind, the third level of sword Dao suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen struggled to open his eyes. Sword intent surged in his eyes. What is this? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the light floating in front of him. Then, Fang Chen stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the dazzling light disappeared. Then, a book fell into Fang Chen's hand. This is, Fang Chen saw the words Sword Dao Quintessence written on the book. Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Although he did not know what this so-called Sword Dao Quintessence was, his intuition told him that this book must be extremely precious. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Then, an excited smile appeared on his face. Could this be Zhenren Hantian's life's work? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was reasonable. The golden heart had just devoured the king's heart, and this book had appeared in front of him. This was definitely Zhenren Hantian's life's work. Fang Chen was extremely excited. Zhenren Hantian's life's work? Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Fang Chen's hand trembled as he flipped open the Sword Dao Quintessence. The first page was the preface. Fang Chen quickly skimmed through the preface. According to the introduction, the sword quintessence in Fang Chen's hands was only the elementary sword quintessence, the most basic of sword quintessences. Beginner scroll, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Following which, Fang Chen flipped open the Sword Dao Quintessence. In an instant, Fang Chen was attracted by the contents of the book. His eyes flickered with excitement. However, after reading a few pages, he was unable to continue reading. This was because if he wanted to continue reading, he would need to have a strong cultivation base. If one's cultivation was too weak, they would suffer a backlash if they tried to force their way through. Sword Dao Quintessence, as expected of the Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen felt that his luck was too good. He had actually obtained such a treasure in Zhenren Hantian's residence. According to Zhenren Hantian, the Book of Sword Truth had been passed down to the ancient Sword Continent from the extraterritorial realm. This book introduced everything about Sword Truth in a very comprehensive and detailed manner. To a Sword Dao cultivator, this book was definitely a treasure. It seems that the lifelong effort that Zhenren Hantian mentioned was not his own. It was something that he accidentally obtained back then, Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen did not know exactly how many scrolls there were in the Sword Dao quintessence. He only knew that the book in his hand was the elementary scroll. According to the records in the Sword Dao quintessence, the elementary scroll was enough to support a cultivator to cultivate to the peak of the ancient Sword Continent. For the current Fang Chen, the elementary scroll was very useful to him. All along, Fang Chen's talent in Sword Dao was very strong. However, he did not have a master and did not have a systematic cultivation. All of his knowledge was accumulated by himself. With this Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen would be able to go further in Sword Dao. This is really good stuff. Fang Chen held the Sword Dao quintessence in his hand and grinned. With this elementary Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to reach a higher level in Sword Dao in a very short time. The Sword Dao quintessence described countless types of Sword Dao cultivation from ancient times to the present. There were even various cases and mental cultivation methods of Sword Dao. Fang Chen tried hard to control the excitement in his heart and put away the elementary Sword Dao quintessence. He was still in Zhenren Hantian's mansion, so he did not have time to read the Sword Dao quintessence in detail. He would wait until he got out. After putting away the Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen left the palace and appeared in the garden. During this time, many battles broke out in the inner circle of the mansion. The cultivators who were trapped in the mysterious palace with 7 strands of Zhen Qi or higher all came out. However, the number of people who went in was very large, but when they came out, the number of people who came out was very small. Most of the cultivators died in the mysterious palace. From this, it was enough to see how fierce the competition in the palace was. In the mysterious palace, there were some supreme treasures of Zhenren Hantian and some simple inheritances. Many condensing reality realm cultivators fought over them. Finally, after a round of fighting, the battle came to an end and everyone came out. They thought that this trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion was over, but when the elders of the 100 Snake Valley came out and heard the news, they were instantly furious. Fang Chen not only killed the young master of the 100 Snake Valley, Snake Monarch, but also killed the other elders and even stole the Imperial Snake Flute. Find Fang Chen at all cost. This was the roar of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They were furious and swore to tear Fang Chen into pieces. After the elders of the other sect heard the news, they also shook their heads slightly. Many elders of the 100 Snake Valley were frantically searching for Fang Chen, while Fang Chen was in a hidden garden. At a certain moment, the little medicine king found Qin Yarrow and the others and said, "The 100 Snake Valley is frantically searching for Fang Chen. I think Brother Fang should be hiding. If the people of the 100 Snake Valley can't find Brother Fang, they will definitely vent their anger on us." After the little medicine king finished speaking, Zhu Yang also nodded and said, "That's right. Now that the trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion is over, let's leave this place first." "What about Fang Chen?" Qin Yarrow was a little worried about Fang Chen and asked. The little medicine king, Zhu Yang and the others looked at Qin Yarrow and said, "If the people of the 100 Snake Valley hold us hostage to threaten Brother Fang, it will bring disaster to Brother Fang. If we leave the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion now, we won't be a threat to Brother Fang. The people of the 100 Snake Valley will also leave if they can't find him." Hearing the little medicine king's explanation, Qin Yarrow nodded and turned to leave with the others. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After the trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion was over, many of the sect's elders left one after another. Some even left the West Mountain Range. As for the elders of the 100 Snake Valley, they were still searching for Fang Chen. However, after searching for 3 days, they still couldn't find him. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the mysterious garden, condensing his 4th true qi. Fang Chen's foundation was very solid, and he had enough qi cores. Condensing the fourth true qi was nothing to Fang Chen. Fang Chen swallowed the remaining 1,300 qi cores in one go. When the fourth true qi was condensed, Fang Chen thought it was over. However, he was shocked to find that the moment the fourth true qi was condensed, the fifth true qi was automatically condensing in his qi si. When Fang Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Just like this, Fang Chen easily condensed the fifth true qi. Voila! Fang Chen opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by the fifth true qi. He felt that his body was filled with power, and his strength had increased by a lot. This trip to Zhenren Hantian's mansion was very rewarding. Fang Chen grinned. Not only had his cultivation increased to such a level, but he had also obtained the beginner scroll of the Huai Bao Sword Dao Quintessence. "It's time to leave," said Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen stood up and walked towards the garden's exit. Bang! Fang Chen had just reached the garden's exit when his body was sent flying. Fang Chen quickly stood up. His body was covered in mud, and his face was filled with confusion. What's going on? Why can't I go out? Just as Fang Chen was feeling confused, an illusory figure appeared. Fated person, when you see me, it means that you've obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence. I have to say that you're very lucky, said Zhenren Hantian. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately looked at Zhenren Hantian. Back then, when I obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, I almost died. At that time, I was cultivating on a plain when a thunderstorm suddenly appeared. Then, a spatial crack appeared. A majestic aura surged out of this spatial crack and almost swept me away. Fortunately, I avoided that calamity. After that, I discovered that a book fell out of the spatial crack. That should be a blessing in disguise, said Zhenren Hantian. Fang Chen was stunned, but he soon understood. Zhenren Hantian said that the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence was spread to the ancient sword continent from the outer realm. Thinking about it, when two outer realm experts were fighting, the void was torn apart, and the Sword Dao Quintessence fell into the ancient sword continent. Zhenren Hantian was lucky enough to obtain it. Being able to obtain the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence means that your Sword Dao Quintessence has reached the third realm. You have a certain talent in the Sword Dao, said Zhenren Hantian. Fang Chen was a little confused. Why was Zhenren Hantian so sure that his Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the third minor realm? Could it be? A thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind, and he immediately understood. Previously, Fang Chen was still wondering why he was the only one who discovered the garden and came here out of all the people who had entered the mansion. Now, he finally understood. Only cultivators whose Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the third minor realm could discover the garden and enter it. It turned out that all of this had been planned by Zhenren Hantian. Back then, although I obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, I didn't major in the Sword Dao. Although I later changed to the Sword Dao, I still couldn't reach the realm mentioned in the scroll. I feel very regretful about this, said Zhenren Hantian. Since you obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, it means that we are fated. I hope that you can go further on the Sword Dao. Zhenren Hantian said, so, before I died, I set a test. If you want to leave this garden, you have to comprehend the Sword Dao Quintessence to the minor accomplishment stage within half a year. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Chapter 565. There were 5 steps in Sword Dao. The first step was Sword Momentum, the second step was Sword Intent, the third step was Sword Soul, the fourth step was Sword Soul, and the fifth step was Sword Heart. The net is worth your collection. The ancient sword continent was a continent that advocated Sword Dao cultivation. It was said that there was a mysterious province on the ancient sword continent that only Sword Dao cultivators could enter. In that large province, there were countless amazing sword cultivators. The Sword Dao Quintessence that Fang Chen had obtained at this moment mentioned the 5 steps of Sword Dao. Every Sword Dao cultivator should know about the 5 steps of Sword Dao. One had to climb step by step. Only when one reached the peak would one be qualified to compete for the title of Sword Dao Genius. The 5 steps of Sword Dao was actually a cultivator's understanding of Sword Dao. After comprehending the first step, one would be able to comprehend sword momentum. After comprehending the second step, one would be able to comprehend sword intent, and so on. At this moment, Fang Chen was told that he had to comprehend the first step of sword Dao quintessence before he could leave the garden. Of course, he had to do it within half a year. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave. I have already comprehended the first step of sword Dao, sword momentum. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. His sword intent had already reached the third minor realm and was about to reach perfection. It should be known that sword intent was transformed from sword momentum when it reached a certain level. I know that you must have a lot of doubts in your heart, but all of these are in the sword Dao quintessence. I can only tell you that your so-called third realm of sword intent is actually inferior to sword momentum in front of sword Dao quintessence. Zhenren Hantian's illusory figure said these words and disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Since I can't leave, I'll work hard to comprehend sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen thought to himself. After that, Fang Chen went to the pavilion and sat down cross-legged. The chessboard in the pavilion was still there, but the black pieces and shirako on the chessboard had completely disappeared. It seemed to be saying that the fat black-clad old man and Zhenren Hantian were completely dead. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the pavilion as he took out the sword Dao quintessence beginner's scroll and began to read it. Flipping to the first page, Zhong Xian arrived at the main text of the second page. This was what the sword quintessence said. The first step of the sword Dao is sword force. To be able to comprehend the first step of the sword Dao means that a sword cultivator already possesses sword force. On the other hand, with sword force, one would be able to control the heaven and earth power in the surrounding air. When Fang Chen saw this sentence, his face was full of surprise. With sword momentum, he could actually control the power of heaven and earth around him. Wasn't this something only a spirit vortex realm expert could do? Could a martial artist who could control sword force really do it? Fang Chen was full of doubts. If this was the real sword momentum, then what was the sword intent surging around him? Fang Chen continued to look at the beginner's book of sword truth. After a while, he found the answer in the book. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the answer. Fake sword Dao. What he had cultivated before was actually a fake sword Dao. It could not be called a sword Dao at all. Some sword cultivators can easily comprehend sword force and even sword intent during cultivation. However, those are all fake sword Daos. They can't be called a real sword Dao at all. A real sword Dao is a peak existence that surpasses some. Only by truly comprehending the first step of the sword Dao can one have a deep understanding of it. The sword truth had completely subverted Fang Chen's understanding of the sword Dao. At this moment, his heart was in a mess. Fake sword Dao. A hint of helplessness appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. As he continued to read the beginner's book of sword truth, Fang Chen was soon engrossed in it. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen did not think about anything else. He read the beginner's book of sword truth attentively. After a month, Fang Chen finally had a new understanding of the sword Dao. The sword Dao that he had cultivated before could not be called a sword Dao at all. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood what the 5 steps of the sword Dao were and what sword force was. At a certain moment, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to comprehend the sword Dao truth with all his might. In the following period of time, Fang Chen wholeheartedly immersed himself in the sword Dao truth. During this period of time, his sword intent was completely devoured by the golden heart. After the golden heart devoured Fang Chen's sword intent, it seemed to be very excited and it was beating rapidly. After another month, the sword intent around Fang Chen completely disappeared. Now, Fang Chen was like a beginner in the sword Dao. He did not even come into contact with sword force. It was as if he had returned to nature and became very ordinary. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been comprehending the sword Dao truth. After 4 months of continuous comprehension, Fang Chen still could not comprehend the first step of the sword Dao. This made him more or less anxious. However, whenever Fang Chen felt anxious, the golden heart would emit a cold aura that calmed Fang Chen down instantly. What is the sword Dao? What is sword force? Fang Chen constantly muttered in his heart. His mind was filled with the information in the Sword Dao truth. He was comprehending the Sword Dao all the time. This comprehension lasted for half a year. When the half-year deadline came, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. At this moment, a great force of heaven and earth emerged around Fang Chen's body. Within this great force of heaven and earth, there was an incomparably sharp aura. Sword force. A hint of joy appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. After half a year of comprehension, he had finally taken the first step of the Sword Dao and comprehended sword force. Is this the sword force of the first step of the Sword Dao? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he circulated the sword force around his body and immersed himself in it. At this moment, the sword force around Fang Chen merged with the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Fang Chen felt that he could actually control the power of heaven and earth around him. This is the true sword force. After a long time, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The sword force condensed from the first step of the Sword Dao was countless times stronger than the sword force that he had comprehended before. The current sword force was much stronger than the sword intent. This is the true Sword Dao. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Just as Fang Chen comprehended the first step of the Sword Dao, the golden heart was beating rapidly. At the same time, the golden heart was also undergoing a transformation. Hiss. Fang Chen felt that the golden heart seemed to be transmitting some kind of message to him. The golden heart started beating rapidly at first, but it slowed down a lot later. When the golden heart completely calmed down, Fang Chen suddenly felt that his control over the golden heart had increased a lot. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. Fang Chen was shocked. Was it because he had taken the first step of the Sword Dao? Fang Chen knew that the golden heart was related to the Sword Dao. But now, Fang Chen had a new understanding of the golden heart. It seemed that the golden heart also knew that he had taken the first step of the Sword Dao, so it had completely recognized him. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! With a light stab of the sword, a deep sword mark appeared on the wall at the gate of the garden. Fang Chen could clearly feel that with the powerful sword force, he could use the sword force to change the trajectory of the sword light in the sky when it shot out. It is indeed the first step of the Sword Dao. Fang Chen was shocked. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his understanding of the Sword Dao was more thorough than before. From today onwards, he had truly become a qualified sword cultivator. The power of the sword strike just now was so strong that Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Now, he could even easily deal with a martial artist who had condensed 8 strands of genuine qi. It feels so good to control the world. Fang Chen opened his hands and felt the power of the world around him. The sword force of the first step of the Sword Dao could control the power of the world around him, while the sword intent of the second step could control the power of the world to a large extent. If he could reach the Sword Soul realm, it was completely possible to control the power of the world in the entire Nanling land with a wave of his hand. Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the book of Sword Dao Quintessence. It was this book that had put him on the right track of the Sword Dao. It was also this book that had led him forward on the path of the Sword Dao. After a long time, Fang Chen put away the Sword Dao Quintessence. The half-year period was over, and it was time for Fang Chen to leave. Fang Chen cupped his hands toward the garden and then turned to leave. When Fang Chen left the garden, his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he found himself outside Zhenren Hantian's residence. Boom! Zhenren Hantian's residence slowly disappeared from Fang Chen's sight. Perhaps this was the last time Zhenren Hantian's residence appeared in the eyes of the world. In any case, Fang Chen had obtained the Sword Dao Quintessence from Zhenren Hantian's residence. This was a chance to change his fate. After watching Zhenren Hantian's residence disappear, Fang Chen turned to leave. Little Mouse was still in the Medicine King Valley. Adding the half a year he had spent in the garden, it had been almost a year. He wondered how Little Mouse was doing. As early as half a year ago, the people of the Valley of 100 Snakes returned to the Medicine King Valley and reported everything to the Valley Master of 100 Snakes. The latter was furious when he heard this. When he learned that the Snake Lord was dead and that the snake-taming flute had been taken away by Fang Chen, he was filled with anger. Then, He directly ordered to search for Fang Chen in the Four Great Ridge at all costs. He wanted to see him if he was alive or dead. During this time, the Valley Master of 100 Snakes was ready to vent his anger on Little Mouse. However, Little Mouse had quietly left the Medicine King Valley at some point in time. Although the Valley Master of 100 Snakes was furious, there was nothing he could do. However, not long ago, the Elder of the Valley of 100 Snakes sent back news that they had found traces of Little Mouse in front of a bottomless abyss in the West Ridge. He did not act rashly and alerted the enemy. Instead, he quickly sent back the news. When this news was transmitted back, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master immediately gave the order for the third Elder to lead a team to eliminate the Little Mouse. Chapter 566. In front of a bottomless abyss in Shilling, there was a patch of spirit grass. These spirit grass were wild. It was said that under this bottomless abyss, there had once been an almighty being buried. After the baptism of time, the almighty being's corpse had decayed. Spirit chi flowed out and spread to the top of the abyss. This small area was filled with rich spirit chi. The spiritual chi shrouded this small area. Over time, the land here became much more fertile, and many spiritual grasses grew. After the Little Mouse had left Medicine King Valley, it had been preparing to go find Fang Chen. But when it passed by this place, it had discovered such a large patch of spirit grass. Its eyes turned, and in the end, it had directly entered the spirit grass patch and continuously devoured the spirit grass. The Little Mouse had already been eating here for 2 days. It hadn't noticed that it was being watched by the elders of 100 Snake Valley. Catcher. The Little Mouse's teeth were hard and could crush anything. The speed at which it devoured the spirit grass was very fast. But at this time, in a secluded place not far away, the elders of 100 Snake Valley had already arrived. "It's still here, right?" the third elder asked in a low voice. The third elder was a warrior who had condensed 8 flashes of true chi. His strength was extraordinary. This time, he was leading the team. The 100 Snake Valley Lord trusted him greatly. The moment the third elder arrived, he was confirming whether or not the Little Mouse was still here. The elder who had sent the news back nodded heavily and said, "Third elder, that mouse has been eating spirit grass in the spirit grass patch up ahead." The third elder poked his head out to take a look. When he saw the Little Mouse eating, a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. "This time, we must capture the Little Mouse alive and use it to lure Fang Chen," the third elder said coldly. Then, the third elder led the other elders forward and directly surrounded the Little Mouse in front of the spirit grass patch. In front of the bottomless abyss, there was an independent mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. Under normal circumstances, no warrior would come here. But now, there was a large number of warriors on this mountain peak. They were all elders of 100 Snake Valley. "Third elder, do you think Fang Chen will come?" asked an elder. They had spent a lot of effort to catch the Little Mouse, and this was because the Little Mouse had not recovered from its injuries. Even so, they still lost 5 elders. Catching a Little Mouse caused their Snake Valley to pay such a heavy price. This made the third elder hate Fang Chen even more. Fortunately, the Little Mouse had been caught. The third elder set up a formation and trapped the Little Mouse in it. This formation was a great confinement formation. As long as one was inside it, no matter if it was a human or a demonic beast, they would be confined and unable to attack. At that moment, the Little Mouse blinked its eyes as it looked at the 100 Snake Valley's elder outside the ceiling formation. Although it was unable to speak, it was able to hear the conversation between the 100 Snake Valley's elder. These elders wanted to use it as a bait to lure Fang Chen here. For it, Fang Chen was willing to travel thousands of miles from the southern mountain range to the western mountain range to seek an audience with the Medicine King and treat its injuries. This is enough to show their feelings. The news has already been released. As long as Fang Chen hears it, he will definitely appear. The third elder vowed. At that moment, on a certain plain in the western mountain range, Fang Chen was rushing with all his might. "It's been half a year. I wonder how the Little Mouse is doing." Fang Chen thought to himself. What he was most worried about was that the 100 Snake Valley would make a move on the Little Mouse. However, with the Medicine King present, Even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master would be somewhat afraid. Not long after, Fang Chen caught sight of a city. He then entered the city and prepared to take a rest. Fang Chen went to a restaurant and sat near the window. He ordered some food and a jug of wine. The restaurant's service was very good. It didn't take long for the food and wine to arrive. Fang Chen ate as he drank. In the past half a year, he had been immersed in comprehending the true meaning of the sword, unable to extricate himself. Although he had gained a lot, he was also very tired. Now, Fang Chen wanted to relax. There was a table of cultivators beside Fang Chen. They were drinking and chatting. "Brother Hu, have you heard about the recent events?" asked a thin-faced man softly. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and offered Brother Hu a toast. Brother Hu finished it in one gulp. His face was full of smiles as he said, "You asked the right person." "Oh, Brother Hu, something big really did happen in the Western Mountain Range recently," said the thin-faced man curiously. Brother Tiger chuckled and said, "Something big really happened. Not long ago, a piece of news came out from the mouth of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They caught a rat, and it is currently on the mountain peak in front of the bottomless abyss. It is said that they are waiting for someone to appear. If that person doesn't appear within 3 days, they will kill that rat rears." "The 100 Snake Valley used a rat to lure their enemy?" asked the thin-faced man. "What do you know? That rat isn't ordinary. It's Fang Chen's companion," said Brother Hu proudly. "Do you know Fang Chen?" "I don't." The thin-faced man shook his head. Fang Chen is a peak expert of the Southern Mountain Range's younger generation. Before entering the Spirit Vortex Realm's mansion, his strength was extremely ordinary. But after entering the mansion, his strength rapidly increased. In the end, in an intense battle, he killed the 100 Snake Valley's young master, the Snake Monarch, said Brother Hu. "What? Killed the Snake Monarch?" the thin-faced man exclaimed. Among the younger generation, even Shenyuan Feng didn't have complete confidence in killing the Snake Monarch. "Just who is this Fang Chen?" asked the thin-faced man curiously. Brother Hu carefully explained to the thin-faced man. Beside them, Fang Chen's face instantly darkened after hearing Brother Hu's words. They still made a move against the little mouse in the end. The fury in Fang Chen's heart soared to the heavens. The 100 Snake Valley's people had kidnapped the little mouse and purposely released the news in order to lure him to the mountain peak in front of the abyss. This was a scam. They wanted to lure him to go there and then kill him. If it was any other time, Fang Chen would definitely be careful and investigate carefully before going there. But the little mouse had been captured. He wouldn't joke around with the little mouse's life. He abruptly stood up, picked up the wine jug, and drank all the strong wine in one gulp. Then he wiped the wine from his mouth and turned to leave the restaurant. 100 Snake Valley, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with anger. Fang Chen left the city and quickly headed to the mountain peak in front of the abyss. This trip was destined to be a bloody one. But Fang Chen wasn't afraid. If anything happened to the little mouse, he would definitely turn the 100 Snake Valley into ashes. 100 Snake Valley, since you've done such a thing, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Fang Chen left the city in a hurry, his figure disappearing into the wasteland. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. On the mountain peak in front of the abyss, the third elder led the 100 Snake Valley's elders to quietly stand. They were waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Chirping. The little mouse was inside the imprisonment formation, chirping non-stop. The third elder, who was already very annoyed, became even more annoyed after hearing the little mouse's chirping. He directly waved his hand, and a stream of spirit energy struck the little mouse's body. "Stop chirping." The third elder roared, "Rears. Third elder, it's been so long. Will Fang Chen come?" An elder asked in a low voice. "As long as he's in West Ridge, he will definitely receive the news. If he doesn't come, I'll kill the little mouse," the third elder said in a deep voice. In the beginning, he had vowed that Fang Chen would definitely come. However, as time passed, he no longer dared to be certain whether or not Fang Chen would come. The spiritual Whirlpool Realm expert's mansion has already disappeared. Fang Chen must have already come out. The other elders whispered. Although they hadn't found any traces of Fang Chen, they believed that Fang Chen must be in West Ridge and didn't die in the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion. He must have realized that this is a scam. Maybe he'll be a coward, the fourth elder said. When people are in danger, they will definitely take care of themselves first. This little mouse probably won't be able to lure Fang Chen, the fifth elder said. When the third elder heard this, there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. His face was filled with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the foot of the mountain. Someone's approaching, the third elder said. Immediately, all of the elders looked toward the bottomless abyss. They saw a figure approaching. The figure was very fast. In a short while, he had swept from the bottomless abyss to the foot of the mountain and quickly climbed up. At this moment, the elders finally saw the face of the person clearly. Ha ha ha, I told you that he would definitely come. At this moment, the third elder was the happiest. Being able to lure Fang Chen meant that their plan had succeeded. Now, as long as they killed Fang Chen, their mission would be completed. Fang Chen really dares to come, the fourth elder said coldly. Mph, this time we'll make sure he doesn't return, the fifth elder said. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak became heavy. When Fang Chen stepped on the top of the mountain, he saw the elders of the 100 Snake Valley and then saw the little mouse inside the imprisonment formation. The latter also saw Fang Chen and gestured to Fang Chen. How can I abandon you? Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and whispered. Then, he turned to look at the third elder, his eyes filled with anger. Your methods are really despicable, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Mph, if we didn't do this, how could we lure you here? The third elder sneered. Seeing the little mouse being imprisoned by the elders of the 100 Snake Valley using the imprisonment formation, Fang Chen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He swore that he would definitely avenge the little mouse. You shouldn't have used such a despicable method. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. A strong killing intent emerged from his body as he said coldly. Chapter 567. When the 100 Snake Valley elders saw Fang Chen's appearance, their eyes were filled with ridicule. In their eyes, Fang Chen's strength was at most comparable to a cultivator with 6 paths of true qi. Among them, there was no lack of elders with 7 paths of true qi, and there was even a third elder with 8 paths of true qi. So when Fang Chen had come here, his fate had already been sealed. In front of so many 100 Snake Valley experts, he would definitely die. You killed the 100 Snake Valley's young master, the Snake Lord, stole the imperial snake flute, and killed countless elders. Fang Chen, just these crimes alone are enough for you to die 100 times, said the third elder sinisterly. The Snake Lord was too weak. He died at my hands. Who else can he blame? Said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, even now you're still so stubborn, sneered the third elder. Today, all of you will die. Fang Chen's voice was filled with fury. If the 100 Snake Valley's master was here, he wouldn't have any confidence. But since she wasn't here, the strongest expert was only the third elder. With his current strength, killing the third elder was completely possible. As soon as Fang Chen said this, an incomparably dense sword aura appeared around him. As soon as this sword aura appeared, Fang Chen discovered that the energy of heaven and earth above the mountain was already under his control. Seeing the sword aura around Fang Chen, the third elder's face broke into a wild laugh. They had never seen Fang Chen before. Although they knew that Fang Chen was very strong, they hadn't expected that Fang Chen hadn't even comprehended sword intent. Ha ha ha, a martial artist who hasn't even comprehended sword intent dares to call himself a sword cultivator, laughed the third elder. Fang Chen, you wouldn't be thinking of using your sword aura to kill us, would you? Laughed the fourth elder sinisterly. At this moment, all the elders on the mountain were laughing at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, the hidden star sword in his hand. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the 100 Snake Valley's elder. The third elder's expression was gloomy as he said, "Who is willing to kill Fang Chen? Let me do it." An elder of the 6 paths of true qi took a step forward and said loudly, "Fang Chen, your life ends here." After the elder of 6 Daozhen Qi finished speaking, a powerful aura emerged from his body, and he was ready to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Trash like him dares to come here and make a fool of himself. When Fang Chen saw the 6 Daozhen Qi elder make a move, he shouted in a low voice. The sword momentum around his body surged, and the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly waved. A beam of sword light shot out and pierced into the elder of the 6 Paths True Qi's heart, causing it to explode. The body of the elder of the 6 Paths True Qi was instantly shattered. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. When the third elder came back to his senses, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword had already returned to his hand. Seeing Fang Chen quietly standing on the mountain peak, the third elder's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. If it wasn't for the bloody mist remaining on the mountain peak, no one would have dared to imagine that Fang Chen had just killed an elder of the 100 Snake Valley. Could it be that the 100 Snake Valley only has this kind of trash? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, his body overflowing with battle intent as he roared loudly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the third elder's face was incomparably gloomy. He was about to make a move, but was stopped by a 7 Paths True Qi elder. Third elder, this kid is too arrogant. He looks down on our 100 Snake Valley. This is an unforgivable sin. Let me deal with him. The 7 Paths True Qi elder said in a low voice. All right, use your full strength and directly kill this kid. The third elder nodded and said. The 7 Paths True Qi elder took a step forward, looked at Fang Chen, and said coldly, Fang Chen, you can easily kill a 6 Paths True Qi elder, but it doesn't mean that you can defeat me. I will let you know the difference between 6 Paths True Qi and 7 Paths True Qi. Fang Chen glanced at the 7 Paths True Qi elder and sneered. Are you here to die? Fang Chen, you are courting death. The 7 Paths True Qi elder was furious when he heard this. He directly urged his 7 Paths True Qi to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Foolish beyond compare. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, 5 Paths True Qi surrounded his body, and a powerful sword force directly penetrated the hidden star sword. The 7th level of the Phantom Sword technique was displayed. Pucha the light sword directly pierced the 7 Paths True Qi elder's head. Trash. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the hidden star sword was pulled out of the 7 Paths True Qi elder's head. The latter slowly fell to the ground. Killing 7 true energy elders with a single strike, this scene finally shocked all the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? An elder cried out involuntarily. Could it be that he obtained an opportunity in the mansion of a spirit vortex realm expert? That must be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. He has only condensed 5 Paths True Qi. Third elder, this kid is too strange. Please kill him, said the 4th elder. He had killed 2 of the 100 Snake Valley's great elders in a row, and had finally attracted the attention of the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder's eyes contained a complicated expression. He stared at Fang Chen, his body emitting a terrifying aura. 8 Paths True Qi instantly surrounded his body, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. Fang Chen, your strength has truly shocked me. The 3rd elder slowly said, but you still have to die. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. How long had it been, and he was actually able to easily kill 7 Paths True Qi elders? If he was given a little more time, even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master wouldn't be his match. Thinking of this, the 3rd elder's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, he had to kill this kid today. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. The 3rd elder released 8 Paths True Qi, preparing to go all out and kill Fang Chen with a thunderous strike. Seeing the 8 Paths True Qi around the 3rd elder, Fang Chen's face still didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He looked at the 3rd elder and coldly said, when you captured the little mouse, you should have been prepared to die. Fang Chen, you seem to think too highly of yourself. I can also kill 7 Paths True Qi cultivators in one strike, and I can do it better than you. The 3rd elder said coldly, the difference between 7 Paths True Qi and 8 Paths True Qi is much greater than you think. You still have a chance to kill yourself before I make my move. The 3rd elder's aura rose sharply. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and said, is that so? That trash also said that the difference between 7 paths true chi and 6 paths true chi is huge. But in the end, he died, and I survived. Fang Chen had condensed 5 flashes of Zhenqi, taken the first step in the path of the sword, and recondensed his sword stance. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely powerful. Facing the third elder, who had 8 flashes of Zhenqi, he did not fear him at all. Chirping. At this moment, the little mouse, who was inside the imprisonment formation, was gesturing at Fang Chen with a smile on its face. Fang Chen saw this and smiled slightly. Don't worry. None of them will be able to leave alive today. When Fang Chen came here, he had already decided that he would kill all of them to avenge the little mouse. Fang Chen, you're courting death. The third elder heard Fang Chen's bold words and his eyes turned cold. 8 paths true chi floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. They directly pressed down on Fang Chen. You're the one courting death. Anyone who dared to touch the little mouse should be prepared to die. Under Fang Chen's control, the sword force around him instantly merged with the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Then, Fang Chen quietly controlled the power of heaven and earth to quietly surround the 8 paths true chi in the sky. Sky Snake Hand. The third elder roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless illusory snake shadows appeared in the sky. After these illusory snake shadows appeared, the third elder shook his wrist and called back the 8 paths true chi, merging them with the illusory snake shadows. Crack. The moment the 8 paths true chi merged with the illusory snake shadows instantly exploded. What's going on? The third elder exclaimed. He didn't know why the illusory snake shadows would suddenly explode, but when he saw the sinister smile on Fang Chen's face, his face instantly turned gloomy. Fang Chen, you deserve to die. Needless to say, this was Fang Chen's doing. The third elder launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen controlled the sword force and merged it into the hidden star sword. Above his head, a giant golden sword instantly appeared. Phantom Sword Technique, Level 7. Facing an expert with 8 paths true chi, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He directly attacked with all his strength. Poochie. The hidden star sword carried a powerful sword force and directly pierced the third elder's palm. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. The third elder's figure constantly retreated. When he stabilized his body, he looked at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. There was a sword mark on his palm, and it was bleeding. Fang Chen's strength was beyond the third elder's expectations. The third elder looked at his palm, his eyes cold. 8 paths true chi merged into his palm and launched a fierce attack again. Go to hell. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the contents of the sword truth. After taking the first step in the sword truth, Fang Chen's every movement was surrounded by a powerful sword force. Sword force could draw the power of heaven and earth. It could imperceptibly change the third elder's attack rules. On the mountain peak, the eyes of many elders were filled with worry. How can Fang Chen be so strong? Can the third elder kill him? In the battle just now, Fang Chen actually stabbed the third elder. It's too shocking. The third elder must win. Otherwise, we will all die at his hands. Several elders said nervously. At the same time, they also prepared to attack. If the third elder couldn't defeat Fang Chen, they would attack together and encircle Fang Chen. Rumble. Fang Chen used the Phantom Sword technique with all his strength. The hidden star sword appeared in front of the third elder like a peerless divine weapon. In the sky, countless figures of Fang Chen appeared in an instant. The hidden star sword pierced the third elder's body while he was in a trance. 8 paths true chi is just SOSO. Fang Chen looked at the third elder and said coldly. Crash. Fang Chen's palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword fiercely pierced the third elder's back from the front. Poochie. The third elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Your sword force. At the last moment, the third elder finally realized that the sword force they had ridiculed Fang Chen was the main reason for his death. Chapter 568. Bang. Before anyone could react, third elder's body had already fallen limply to the ground. Third elder. An elder called out. Let's attack together and kill this kid. The fourth elder loudly shouted. Immediately, the remaining elders all rushed forward, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. Seeing everyone rushing forward, his face revealed a trace of a strange smile. Good timing. Suddenly, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated his sword aura. He directly charged into the crowd and wildly waved the hidden star sword in his hand. One elder after another fell into a pool of blood. The battle continued in a one-sided manner. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Apart from the third elder, the strongest person was only an elder with 7 strands of true qi. Although they joined forces, they were still no match for Fang Chen. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. His body was covered in blood as he stood on the ground. And around him were corpses. These were the corpses of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They never dreamed that this would happen. Setting up a trap to lure Fang Chen here would actually end their lives here. If they had predicted this would happen, the third elder would not have been willing to go against Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. After this battle, many elders of the 100 Snake Valley were killed by Fang Chen. Even an elder with 8 strands of true qi like the third elder was killed. If the 100 Snake Valley's master knew about this, he would definitely feel pain. Fang Chen withdrew his sword aura and walked in front of the Great Confinement Formation. He skillfully broke the Great Confinement Formation. The Great Confinement Formation was nothing to a formation grandmaster like Fang Chen. It was very simple to break it. After the Great Confinement Formation was broken, the little mouse instantly rushed out and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder, chirping non-stop. "Little guy, are you all right?" Fang Chen asked. The little mouse shook its head and gestured with its paws, indicating that it was fine. The little mouse was also very curious about Fang Chen's combat strength. It carefully observed Fang Chen. It was very excited that the latter had come to save it. While Fang Chen was massacring the elders of the 100 Snake Valley, in a secluded place near the southwest mountain range of the southern mountainland, there were 4 figures discussing an important matter. Protector Yu Ming, what do you think of this matter? The first to speak was the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master. He stared at Protector Yu Ming and asked softly. Protector Netherworld was one of the stronger protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. He had been hiding in the southern mountainland and secretly manipulating things. Back then, the rebellion of the Yellow Springs sect in the Golden Crown Nation was also planned by him. Unfortunately, it failed. He placed his focus on the southern mountainland. As time passed, his strength had completely recovered. Just as he was preparing to fight Xiong Feng, he suddenly discovered that the southern mountainland had undergone a huge change. The Black Devil Palace had unified the southern mountainland and become the absolute ruler of the southern mountainland. This news made Protector Yu Ming feel helpless. The Dark Lord was a spirit vortex realm expert. He didn't dare to challenge him. Just as Protector Yu Ming was thinking about how to act, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master arrived. He brought the first and second elders with him. 100 Snake Valley Master, are you serious? Protector Yu Ming asked in a deep voice. Protector Yu Ming, you want to rebuild the Yellow Springs sect, while I want to unify the 4 mountain ranges. Our goals coincide. Joining hands is the best method right now. The 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master grinned. I want to hear the specifics, said Protector Yu Ming. The 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master nodded and began to explain his plan to Protector Yu Ming in detail. On the mountain peak in front of the bottomless abyss, Little Mouse had just been rescued when the Banxianshu appeared. Brother Mouse, long time no see. I've missed you so much, the Banxianshu flattered. Fang Chen was already used to the Banxianshu's behavior and directly ignored it. Little Mouse jumped onto the Banxianshu's branches and leaves with a whoosh. It then cut its little paw and dripped a drop of blood. The Banxianshu was very excited after receiving Little Mouse's blood. Brother Mouse, I knew you were the best. You don't know, but in order to save you, I gave you all the life liquid I produced. I was seriously injured and almost died. Fang Chen had already experienced the Banxianshu's shamelessness. Let's go, said Fang Chen. The Banxianshu and Little Mouse entered the special space ring while Fang Chen quickly headed for the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King had saved Little Mouse's life, so Fang Chen wanted to thank him in person. When Fang Chen arrived at the Medicine King Valley, the Medicine King and the Little Medicine King's faces were full of surprise. "Brother Fang, are you all right?" asked the Little Medicine King as he carefully observed Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I came to the Medicine King Valley this time to thank the Medicine King for saving Little Mouse's life." "Fang Chen, this is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning," said the Medicine King as he waved his hand. Fang Chen stayed in the Medicine King Valley for 2 hours before leaving. The Medicine King also knew that the 100 Snake Valley had been looking for Fang Chen, so he wanted Fang Chen to quickly return to the Nanling continent. As long as he returned to the Nanling continent, he would have the protection of the Dark Lord. Even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master wouldn't dare to attack him. After Fang Chen left the Medicine King Valley, he headed towards the southwest mountain range. On the way, he met a pair of martial artists and stopped. "Fang Chen." Shen Yuan Feng was very surprised to see Fang Chen. Shen Yuan Qin's beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled at Fang Chen. "Hello," said Fang Chen as he cupped his hands. Back when he wasn't very strong, Shen Yuan Feng and Shen Yuan Qin had saved his life. "Fang Chen, the 100 Snake Valley's people are looking for you. You have to be careful," reminded Shen Yuan Feng. "I know," said Fang Chen as he nodded. Shen Yuan Feng felt that Fang Chen had changed a lot, especially his temperament. It was completely different from before. Shen Yuan Feng's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Fang Chen, my sister and I are about to leave the Nanling continent and head to the magnificent Five-Element state. Before we leave, I want to challenge you." When Fang Chen killed the Snake Monarch, Shen Yuan Feng knew that Fang Chen's strength was about the same as his. But later on, Shen Yuan Feng had a fortuitous encounter in the mansion and condensed his 6th true qi. After returning to the sect, he condensed his 7th true qi in one go. Now, Shen Yuan Feng's strength had increased a lot. With 7 true qi, he was considered a top expert among the younger generation. He didn't know how strong Fang Chen was, but before he left, he wanted to challenge him. Hearing this, Shen Yuan Qin blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the two of them with a smile. Fang Chen saw the seriousness in Shen Yuan Feng's eyes and nodded. "Okay, I accept your challenge." Shen Yuan Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. Then, 7 true qi revolved around his body as he unleashed his fiercest attack. "Fang Chen, be careful," warned Shen Yuan Feng. Shen Yuan Feng reminded. In the next moment, his fierce attack instantly rushed towards Yi Futian. Fang Chen didn't take out the hidden star sword, nor did he use the phantom sword technique. He only activated the sword aura and merged it into his fist before punching out. Bang! Fang Chen's fist collided with Shen Yuan Feng's attack, and a deafening sound immediately erupted. Crash! Shen Yuan Feng instantly felt a strong impact from Fang Chen's fist drilling into his body. Deng 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 Xuan Yuan Feng's body couldn't help but retreat. "Big brother." Seeing this, Shen Yuan Qin called out worriedly. Shen Yuan Feng waved his hand, indicating for Shen Yuan Qin not to be rash. He steadied himself and stared at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't speak for a long time. Fang Chen didn't continue to attack. He withdrew his sword aura and looked at Shen Yuan Feng with a smile. After a long while, Shen Yuan Feng spoke. "I admit defeat." Hearing Shen Yuan Feng's words, Shen Yuan Qin was shocked. They were clearly evenly matched, so why did her brother admit defeat? In her impression, her big brother would never admit defeat so easily. "Brother?" Shen Yuan Qin asked, puzzled. Her brother was very proud. He had always thought that he was the best among the younger generation in the 4 Great Ridges. Shen Yuan Qin knew very well what admitting defeat meant. "Little sister, I admit defeat." "I admit defeat." Shen Yuan Feng turned to look at Shen Yuan Qin with a smile on his face. At this moment, he had let go of all his burdens. His mind was open, and he had thought through many things. "Fang Chen, I, Shen Yuan Feng, have never admired anyone in the younger generation. You are the first." Shen Yuan Feng stared at Fang Chen and said. Shenyuan Feng, you are also very strong. After letting go of your burdens, you will be even stronger. Fang Chen said. Shenyuan Feng nodded and left with Shenyuan Qin. Chapter 569. After bidding farewell to Fang Chen, Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin left the West Mountainland and headed towards the Five Elements province. Shenyuan Feng believed that with Fang Chen's potential, he would be able to meet him in the Five Elements province in the near future. However, Fang Chen did not think too much about it. What he wanted to do now was to increase his strength. The Five Elements province was filled with experts and geniuses. Although he was considered one of the top experts among the younger generation in the four great mountain ranges, he was still nothing in the Five Elements province. Therefore, Fang Chen wanted to return to the South Mountainland to deal with the aftermath. Then, he would focus on his cultivation and head to the Five Elements province. On the way back, Fang Chen was very fast. He entered the southwest mountain range with ease. At the same time, the 100 Snake Valley Master and Netherworld Enforcer were moving forward in the southwest mountain range. Suddenly, they heard an angry roar. After being persuaded by the 100 Snake Valley Master, Netherworld Enforcer finally agreed to cooperate with the 100 Snake Valley. However, the 100 Snake Valley Master had a condition. That was to go to the West Mountainland and kill Fang Chen. Then, they would act according to the plan. Therefore, they entered the southwest mountain range to enter the West Mountainland and kill Fang Chen. Hearing the roar, Netherworld Enforcer's eyes flickered. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The 100 Snake Valley Master smiled faintly. Roar. Suddenly, an iron-brown bear appeared in front of them. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, attacking the two. Iron-brown bear king. This iron-brown bear was not an ordinary iron-brown bear. It was the Iron-Brown Bear King. It was very powerful and had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm. However, in the eyes of Netherworld Enforcer and the 100 Snake Valley Master, it was not a threat. Noisy. Netherworld Enforcer saw the Iron-Brown Bear King attacking him. He sneered and clenched his fist. Then, he threw a punch at the Iron-Brown Bear King's body. Bang! The Iron-Brown Bear King's body was instantly sent flying by Netherworld Enforcer. Netherworld Enforcer was considered above average among the 36 enforcers of the Yellow Spring sect. He was very powerful. Even though it was also an expert who had condensed 9 strands of chi, its strength was many times stronger than the Bear King. Too weak. Underworld Protector sent Iron-Brown Bear King flying and grinned. From the very beginning, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master had not done anything. He looked at Protector Netherworld with a smile in his eyes. Fang Chen was moving forward in the southwest mountain range when he suddenly heard the roar of a demonic beast. His expression changed slightly. That was because he was very sensitive to this kind of sound. When he came to West Ridge, he encountered the Iron-Brown Bear King and almost died at its hands. In the end, it was Shenyuan Feng who helped him escape. Therefore, he remembered the Iron-Brown Bear's voice very clearly. Could it be that the Iron-Brown Bear King has appeared? Fang Chen immediately became alert and looked around, afraid of encountering the Iron-Brown Bear. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot, against the Iron-Brown Bear King, Fang Chen had no power to resist. Just as Fang Chen was slowly moving forward, several figures appeared in front of him. Fang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw these figures. His figure flashed as he turned and fled. Yes, it's Fang Chen. The 100 Snake Valley Master's face was filled with anger when he saw Fang Chen's face. He then coldly said, Fang Chen. Following the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master's furious roar, the Great Elder and the Second Elder moved out in unison. Even Netherworld Enforcer grinned and said, His Fang Chen. With that, Netherworld Enforcer's figure flashed, and the 4 experts went all out to chase after Fang Chen. Fang Chen's speed was very fast, but it was not on the same level as the 4 experts. He felt helpless when he sensed the 4 people chasing after him. Damn it, why did I meet them here? Fang Chen couldn't help cursing in his heart. Not long after, Fang Chen sensed that someone was approaching him. He turned his head and saw that the one approaching him was the 100 Snake Valley Master. Fang Chen, you killed my son and stole my 100 Snake Valley's Imperial Snake Flute. I'll tear you to pieces. The 100-snake valley master flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Chen. Rumble, the 100-snake valley master punched out. His fist contained boundless power, and it instantly slammed into Fang Chen's back. Bang! Fang Chen did his best to block, but the 100-snake valley master was too strong. Fang Chen was simply unable to block. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was sent flying like a kite. Fang Chen knew that he couldn't fight the 100-snake valley master head-on. He quickly stood up, ignoring his injuries. With a flick of his wrist, an illusion formation was set up. Crash, in front of the valley master of the 100-snake valley and the other three, an illusion array appeared, blocking their path. You want to stop us with a mere formation? The 100-snake valley master sneered and used a powerful punch to shatter the illusion formation. Fang Chen used the illusion formation to delay the four of them and quickly escaped. However, the 100-snake valley master's group was too fast. They quickly caught up to Fang Chen. I can't continue like this. Fang Chen's mind was quickly thinking of a way to escape. The 100-snake valley master was a spirit whirlpool realm expert. Once he was caught, he would definitely die. Unless the Dark Lord came to save him. However, he simply couldn't wait until then. At this moment, the contents of the Sword Dao True explanation appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he activated his sword body and a huge golden sword Dharma idol instantly appeared above his head. A wild sword intent instantly filled Fang Chen's body. Blood escape sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen let out a low roar and used the blood escape sword. Suddenly, with Fang Chen as the center, the area within 100 meters was filled with scarlet blood. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body instantly turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the southwest mountain range. When the 100-snake valley master and protector Yuming arrived, they didn't see Fang Chen's figure at all except for the blood mist. Valley master, where's Fang Chen? The first elder came later and stared at the surrounding blood mist and asked in a low voice. The 100-snake valley master's eyes were filled with coldness. He said coldly, damn it, this kid used a very strange blood escape technique and escaped. Blood escape technique? The second elder's eyes flickered when he heard this. Protector Yuming sniffed the blood mist in the air and said, this kid used such a domineering blood escape technique. He must have suffered a backlash. He can't have escaped far. If we pursue him now, we might be able to catch up to him. The 100-snake valley master nodded when he heard Protector Yuming's words. The group of four quickly chased in the direction of the southern mountain land. The 100-snake valley master's heart was filled with anger. As a spiritual vortex realm expert, he actually let Fang Chen escape right under his nose. This was a humiliation. Of course, the reason Fang Chen could escape was because the 100-snake valley master was too confident in his own strength. He thought that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength in the process of chasing Fang Chen. He enjoyed the process of chasing. When he saw the fear on Fang Chen's face, he was very pleased. The blood flight sword was a forbidden technique in the sword quintessence. It was clearly stated in the sword quintessence primary scroll that one should never use the blood flight sword under normal circumstances. This forbidden technique was simply too harmful to one's body. However, under such circumstances, Fang Chen had no other choice. He used the blood escape technique of the sword and finally escaped from the hands of the four people. A white light flashed and Fang Chen appeared at the edge of the southwest mountain range, his body covered in blood. This place was already close to the southern mountain land. Go to the Black Devil Palace. Although Fang Chen was very weak now, he still made the decision to go to the Black Devil Palace before he fainted. Only the Dark Lord could save him. After using the blood escape technique of the sword, Fang Chen's internal organs were already shattered. The spiritual energy in his qi was a little dried up and the sword concept around his body was incomparably weak. Now, Fang Chen's life was in danger. Not long after Fang Chen left the southwest mountain range, the 100-snake valley's four people appeared. There's the smell of blood here. He's definitely been here before. Chase him. The Netherworld Protector sniffed the air and whispered. The four of them flew forward at lightning speed. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to arrive at a city. If his guess wasn't wrong, this city should have a transportation array that could directly send him to the Black Devil Palace. Fang Chen desperately entered the city. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the martial artists on the streets. They curiously looked at him. It didn't take long for some people to recognize Fang Chen. It's the heavenly genius Fang Chen. Just who was it that could injure him like this? Fang Chen. It really is Fang Chen. How could he be so heavily injured? Look at how desperately he's fleeing. Is there someone chasing after him? Heavens, his aura is so weak. He's in imminent danger. Where is he going? Fang Chen didn't pay attention to the discussions of the crowd. He rushed forward and finally arrived in front of the transportation array. Stop! The martial artist guarding the transportation array blocked Fang Chen. He saw that Fang Chen was covered in blood and felt that he was a bit suspicious. He wanted to question him. Get out of my way! Fang Chen angrily shouted. Brat, are you courting death? The guard coldly said. Up until now, no one had dared to cause trouble in front of the transportation array. Was this brat courting death? Bang! Just as the guard finished speaking, he was met with a powerful fist. Fang Chen was worried that the 100 Snake Valley's master would catch up to him. He sent the guard flying with a single punch and then entered the transportation array. Fang Chen immediately grabbed the martial artist controlling the transportation array and coldly said, "Hurry up and activate the transportation array." Fang Chen told the warrior where he wanted to go. Then, he threw out some spirit stones and handed them to the warrior. The martial artist was intimidated by Fang Chen and hastily activated the transportation array. After the transportation array finished activating, Fang Chen felt that his body was about to be transported out. However, at this moment, the Valley Master of the 100 Serpent Valley and the other three arrived. When they realized that Fang Chen was about to leave using the teleportation formation, they sneered coldly. The four of them joined forces and unleashed powerful attacks that bombarded the teleportation formation. Rumble. The transportation array that was about to finish suddenly exploded. Chapter 570. The teleportation formation was destroyed. The 100 Snake Valley Master and the other three rushed in and realized that Fang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Their faces were ashen and they were furious. What happened here shocked the entire city. Countless warriors looked at the scene in shock, not knowing what had happened. During the teleportation formation's teleportation process, the biggest taboo was to be interrupted. Once the teleportation was interrupted, the warrior would enter the spatial turbulence. It was a terrifying thing. Even a spiritual whirlpool realm expert would have a slim chance of survival after entering the spatial turbulence. Valley Master, although we didn't manage to stop Fang Chen, the teleportation formation was destroyed by us. His teleportation was interrupted by us. I'm sure he will be sucked into the spatial turbulence, Protector Yu Ming said eerily. That's right. As long as he is sucked into the spatial turbulence, he will definitely die, the Great Elder said. He did not think that with Fang Chen's strength, he could come out alive from the spatial turbulence. Even an expert who had surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm would find it extremely difficult to come out from the spatial turbulence, let alone a spiritual whirlpool realm expert. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse, the 100 Snake Valley Master said softly. Hearing the 100 Snake Valley Master's words, the Great Elder and the Second Elder nodded and said, Valley Master, don't worry. We will do our best to find Fang Chen's corpse in the Four Great Ridge. The 100 Snake Valley Master nodded when he heard that. At this moment, the 100 Snakes Valley Master discovered a powerful aura approaching. His eyes flickered. After that, he glanced at the Underworld Protector beside him and said, The Black Demon Palace Master has arrived. You should hide first. Although the 100 Snake Valley Master was not afraid of the Dark Lord, if the Dark Lord saw him colluding with the Yellow Spring Sect, it would affect his plan. Protector Yu Ming also knew the pros and cons of this. His figure flashed and he disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the Dark Lord arrived. He was furious and his eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the 100 Snake Valley Master. 100 Snake Valley Master, the Dark Lord roared angrily. Dark Lord, How have you been? As a spirit vortex realm elite, the 100 Snake Valley Master was not afraid of the Dark Lord. Fang Chen is my good friend. You actually dared to chase him all the way to Nanling, roared the Dark Lord furiously. The Dark Lord was stationed in the southern mountain range. When he received the news, he immediately rushed over. However, he was still too late. Before reaching the city, the Dark Lord sensed the chaos in the world. His heart tightened, and in the next moment, he discovered that the teleportation array had been interrupted. At this moment, the Dark Lord was furious. Fang Chen's teleportation had been interrupted, and he would definitely be sucked into the spatial turbulence. Even the Dark Lord had a headache when he thought about spatial turbulence. Dark Lord, Fang Chen killed my son, Snake Monarch, and even stole my 100 Snake Valley's Imperial Snake Flute. How could I possibly let him off? Sneered the 100 Snake Valley Master. Could it be that the Grand Dark Lord wants to go to war with my 100 Snake Valley over a dead genius? The 100 Snake Valley Master's words were a reminder to the Dark Lord. Although Fang Chen was a monstrous genius, he was still dead. Monstrous geniuses would all turn into floating clouds after their deaths. Although the Dark Lord was furious, he still managed to endure it in the end. Fang Chen was already dead. Although he wanted to take revenge for Fang Chen, with his strength, he was unable to defeat the 100 Snake Valley Master. 100 Snake Valley Master, scram from Nanling. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, said the Dark Lord coldly after a moment of thought. The Valley Master of the 100 Serpent Valley laughed coldly upon hearing this. Without saying anything, she left the southern mountain land with the first elder and the second elder. Before leaving, the 100 Snake Valley Master glanced at the Dark Lord and sneered inwardly. Dark Lord, I'll let you be arrogant now. You'll have a good time in the future. After the 100 Snake Valley Master and the others left, the Dark Lord walked into the broken transmission array. After inspecting it, he finally shook his head helplessly. The degree of damage to the transmission array was much more serious than he had imagined. The chances of Fang Chen surviving in such a situation were very small. Pass down my orders. Mobilize everyone in the Black Devil Palace to search the entire Nanling. The Dark Lord sent out such a message. No matter what, they had to search. Perhaps Fang Chen was lucky enough to fall in some corner of Nanling. The ancient sword continent was very vast. No one knew exactly how big it was. Until now, no one had been able to explore the entire ancient sword continent. Of course, even if there was an ancient expert who had completed the exploration, ordinary warriors would not know. In short, the vastness of the ancient sword continent was beyond the imagination of ordinary warriors. The ancient sword continent was divided into 3 provinces. The Nanling that Fang Chen had been in previously belonged to the 5 Elements province. The 5 Elements province was vast and occupied 1/3 of the ancient sword continent. Moreover, the 5 Elements province revered martial power. The combat power of warriors was much stronger than the 4 Great Ridges. The 4 Great Ridges occupied 90% of the area in the 5 Elements province. The remaining 20% was the core area of the 5 Elements province. That was also where the geniuses gathered. After Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin bade farewell to Fang Chen, they headed to the core area of the 5 Elements province. In an endless mountain range, there were countless peaks. The peaks here were like a paradise on earth. If the warriors of the 4 Great Ridges were to see such a wondrous place, they would definitely exclaim in surprise and think that it was a mystic realm. However, such peaks were very common in the 5 Elements province. They were considered the most ordinary peaks. This mountain range was called the Luoying Peaks. No one knew how many peaks there were in the Luoying Peaks, and no one had counted them. In short, there were many peaks in the Luoying Peaks. Usually, no one would come to the Luoying Peaks. This was because the strength of the demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks was too low. Warriors would not even bother to come here to train. On a certain peak in the Luoying Peaks, this peak was not tall or steep. There were lush weeds on the peak. At this moment, a warrior was lying on the peak. This warrior was battered and exhausted. His clothes were all torn and his body was covered in blood. His forehead was cracked as if he had been struck by lightning. His arms seemed to be charred. His entire body was like a skeleton that had been withered for 10,000 years as he lay quietly on the ground. This warrior did not seem to have any vitality, as if he was a dead person. He was Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who had been sucked into the spatial turbulence, finally fell on the Luoying peaks. Usually, no warriors could be seen at the Luoying peaks. Today, a few warriors suddenly came. They were the young disciples of a small family clan not far from the Luoying peaks. They had come here to train. Li Mingzhu, of all places to train, why did you have to come to the Luoying peaks? A man in the group said with a depressed expression. Yeah, the strength of the demonic beasts in the Luoying peaks is too weak. We can't do anything here. It's simply a waste of time, another man said. You two should stop talking. The Luoying peaks is also very good, a ponytailed girl said with a smile. The woman called Li Mingzhu was wearing a purple dress. Her beautiful figure was perfectly outlined. Her beautiful eyes were moving, making her look like a fairy in the human world. Her red lips opened slightly and said coldly, "There is a flame leopard king in the Luoying peaks." Li Mingzhu was the pearl of the Li family. She was also the #1 expert of the Li family's younger generation. She was the true pearl of the Li family. Of the 3 people who came with Li Mingzhu, the ponytailed girl was called Li Xiaoke. She was Li Mingzhu's cousin. The 2 men were also Li Mingzhu's cousins. One was called Li Xin, and the other was called Li Cheng. The Flame Leopard King is only a legendary existence. It hasn't appeared in dozens of years. How can we find it with just the few of us? Li Cheng curled his lips. The demonic beasts in the Luoying peaks were all very weak. Only the Flame Leopard King was strong. The Flame Leopard King was a demonic beast at the peak of the condensing reality realm. It was extremely strong. Only a spirit vortex realm expert could kill it. Dozens of years ago, someone had encountered the Flame Leopard King in the Luoying peaks. Since then, all the warriors who wanted to kill the Flame Leopard King would come to the Luoying peaks. However, as time passed, no one encountered the Flame Leopard King again. In the end, the Luoying peaks returned to peace. And this time, Li Mingzhu wanted to come to the Luoying peaks to find the Flame Leopard King. Li Mingzhu had condensed 9 strands of Zhen Qi. She was only 1 step away from the spirit vortex realm. She wanted to use this opportunity to break through her cultivation. Therefore, she chose the Luoying peaks. Li Mingzhu's entire body emitted a cold aura. It was as if there was a sign on her forehead that said strangers are not allowed to come near. The other 3 people seemed to be used to Li Mingzhu's coldness. Hearing Li Mingzhu's words, they all spread out their hands, expressing their helplessness. Sister Mingzhu, since you said that, did you find some clues? Li Xiaoke walked to Li Mingzhu's side and said with a smile. If Li Mingzhu was a proud rose in a world of ice and snow, then Li Xiaoke was a jasmine flower in a lush field of weeds. Li Mingzhu gave people a cold feeling, as if she was an ice goddess. On the other hand, Li Xiaoke was amiable and always had a smile on her face. Li Xiaoke's appearance was also the kind that could cause the downfall of a country. Although there was a bit of a difference when compared to Li Mingzhu, she was still one of the 3 great beauties of Kaiyang City. Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the coldness on Li Mingzhu's face instantly faded. She revealed a rare smile. Then, she reached out and patted Li Xiaoke's little head, saying, "Little girl, you're quite smart." "He, Sister Mingzhu, I'm not young anymore," Li Xiaoke retorted. Li Xiaoke was already 18 years old. She wasn't young anymore. However, in Li Mingzhu's eyes, she was still a child. "I did find some clues. With these clues, the possibility of finding the Flame Leopard King is very high," Li Mingzhu said. Li Cheng and Li Xinyan nodded, indicating that they would listen to Li Mingzhu. In the end, the group of 4 quickly entered the Luoying peaks. Chapter 571. Sister Mingzhu, there's a person on that mountain. Li Xiaoke and the others had just climbed up the mountain when she suddenly saw a person lying on top of a mountain not far away. She called out softly, "Brother Li Xiaoke." Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the other 3 all turned around and looked in the direction she was pointing. The mountain they were standing on just happened to be much higher than the mountain Fang Chen was lying on, so they immediately saw him. Yes, Why would there be someone on the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks? Li Cheng was a bit puzzled. Could it be a lone cultivator who came to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks to train and got injured? Li Xin's eyes turned. Li Mingzhu didn't say anything. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's go take a look." Normally, no cultivators would come to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks. Even Li Mingzhu and the others came because they were from Kaiyang City's Li family. Kaiyang City was the closest city to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks in the Five Elements province. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, the four of them arrived at the mountain peak Fang Chen was on. When they saw Fang Chen's appearance, they couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Just how injured is he? Li Xiaoke was shocked to see Fang Chen's miserable appearance. Li Xin and Li Cheng were also shocked to see Fang Chen's appearance. This person's entire body didn't seem to be intact at all. Even Li Mingzhu was a bit flabbergasted. This cultivator's internal organs, including his frontal bone, were all shattered. Just what had he experienced? Could it be the Flame Leopard King who did this? Li Cheng suddenly asked. Li Xin shook his head and directly denied it. Impossible. If it was the Flame Leopard King, it would definitely leave claw marks on his body. But although there are many wounds on his body, there are no claw marks at all. I don't think he was killed by the Flame Leopard King. His frontal bone is shattered and there's a large hole in his chest. His internal organs must have been shattered as well. He's probably already dead, said Li Cheng. Li Mingzhu, who had been staring at Fang Chen, suddenly had a complicated look in her eyes. Then she approached Fang Chen. "Mingzhu, what are you doing?" asked Li Xin directly. "He doesn't seem to be dead yet," Li Mingzhu said softly. "What? He's still not dead despite being injured like this?" Li Xin and Li Cheng were instantly shocked. If Fang Chen really didn't die, then it would be too miraculous. Even if it was a spirit vortex realm expert, with such injuries, he would definitely die. Li Mingzhu approached Fang Chen and squatted down. She gently placed her fair fingers on Fang Chen's chest. Doing as expected, Li Mingzhu felt a faintly discernible fluctuation. This further proved what Li Mingzhu had said before. His heart was still beating, and he was indeed not dead. At this time, Li Mingzhu began to carefully observe Fang Chen. Up close, she could see that Fang Chen was a young warrior. Why would such a young martial artist suffer such heavy injuries? Li Mingzhu could not understand. Could it be, at this moment, Li Mingzhu thought of something. Mingzhu, even if this person isn't dead, he's not far from death. Our goal this time is to find the Flame Leopard King. Let's not waste any more time. Li Xin urged. That's right, Mingzhu. Let's go. Li Cheng said. Hearing her two cousins, Li Xiaoke retorted, this person is so pitiful. He's seriously injured, and his frontal bone is shattered. He's still not dead. How can you bear to just leave like this? Hearing this, Li Cheng and Li Xin were speechless. Li Xiaoke was not old, but she was famous for being soft-hearted. In Kaiyang City, she would feel sorry for the beggars on the roadside and would give them some money at any time. However, Li Xiaoke was one of the best in the younger generation of the Li family. The Li family had always seen her as the next Li Mingzhu, so they doted on her. Whenever Li Xiaoke went out to train, she would definitely bring back many injured warriors. Li Xiaoke could not bear to see these warriors die, so she brought them back to the Li family to ask for help in treating them. At this moment, hearing Li Xiaoke's words, Li Xin and Li Cheng were speechless. It seemed that they would have to bring along a sick person for their next mission. Sister Mingzhu, let's bring him back. Maybe we can treat him, Li Xiaoke said sweetly. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu nodded and said, okay. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke was very excited. She ran in front of Li Mingzhu and hugged her arm coquettishly. However, at this moment, Li Xiaoke discovered Fang Chen's lower body. She immediately screamed and covered her eyes with her white hands, turning her back. Him. Li Xiaoke's face was red, and she could not speak for a moment. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu shook her head slightly. She took out a snow-white shirt from her infinite space ring and covered Fang Chen's body. Then, she turned to Li Xiaoke and said, Xiaoke, we are going to look for the Flaming Leopard King. If we bring him along, It will definitely affect our progress. How about this? We will look for the Flaming Leopard King first. After we find the Flaming Leopard King, we will come back here to bring him back. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke nodded and said, okay. Finally, the four of them left the place. Fang Chen was unconscious the whole time. His body was battered and exhausted. The blood around his bones had long dried up, and his organs were shattered. Only his heart was beating imperceptibly. Li Mingzhu and the other three left the mountain peak where Fang Chen was and went straight into the depths of the Luoying mountain peaks. As the four of them went deeper, they felt a tense atmosphere. Mingzhu, don't tell me we really met the Flaming Leopard King? Li Xin asked. Although their goal was to find the Flaming Leopard King, it would be troublesome if they really met it. The atmosphere here is very tense. Something is wrong, Li Cheng said. They had been to the Luoying mountain peaks many times, but this time, the feeling was very different. Perhaps the Flaming Leopard King would really appear. Li Xiaoke blinked her small eyes and looked around curiously. Although she looked weak, she was actually a powerful warrior. In Kaiyang City, she was considered one of the best of the younger generation. She had condensed 9 flashes of true qi. In the younger generation of the Li clan, she was second only to Li Mingzhu. At this time, Li Mingzhu looked around, her cold eyes constantly searching. Finally, she locked onto a position and said, let's go this way. Li Mingzhu was very brave and led the way at the front. Li Xin and the other two followed closely behind. After walking for about an hour, Li Mingzhu finally stopped because what appeared in front of her was a cheetah surrounded by flames. Flaming Leopard King, Li Xin shouted. It really is the Flaming Leopard King. We actually found the Flaming Leopard King, Li Cheng cried out involuntarily. Ever since the Flaming Leopard King appeared a few decades ago, no other Flaming Leopard King had appeared in the Luoying mountain peaks. But this time, they actually saw the Flaming Leopard King. Roar. The Flaming Leopard King's body was surrounded by flames, and its aura was very powerful. When it saw the 4 humans, its eyes were filled with rage, as though it wanted to kill them all. The Flaming Leopard King's attacks are very fierce. The 4 of us will attack together and use a roundabout tactic. Don't get close to the Flaming Leopard King, Li Mingzhu ordered. The other 3 nodded and entered battle mode, ready to attack at any time. Roar. The Flaming Leopard King sensed the threat from the 4 of them. It roared and took the lead to attack. Its 2 claws fiercely extended and boundless flames directly drilled into its claws. Seeing the Flame Leopard King's ferocious attack, Li Mingzhu tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped into the air. She immediately unleashed a fierce attack and clashed with the Flame Leopard King. Soon after, the other 3 also made their moves. The Flaming Leopard King was very powerful. Even with the 4 of them working together, they were only barely able to suppress one Flaming Leopard King. After a bitter battle, Li Xin couldn't help sighing, luckily the 4 of us are working together. If we were alone, we wouldn't be able to defeat the Flaming Leopard King. Yeah, this Flaming Leopard King is too powerful. Even Li Mingzhu wouldn't be its match in a one-on-one fight, said Li Cheng. On the side, Li Xiaoke was constantly waving her palms, emitting a terrifying aura. Of the 4 of them, Li Mingzhu's attacks were the strongest. Each of her attacks would hit the Flaming Leopard King's weak points. After fighting for half an hour, the Flaming Leopard King let out a miserable cry and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. After the Flaming Leopard King died, the boundless flames on its body instantly dissipated. Seeing the Flaming Leopard King die, the 4 of them stopped attacking. Li Xin and Li Cheng stood there panting, their foreheads full of sweat. We finally killed it, said Li Xin. The Flaming Leopard King's body was full of treasures. Of course, Li Mingzhu was most interested in the Flaming Leopard King's heart. It was said that the Flaming Leopard King's heart contained boundless fire element. Warriors who obtained it would benefit greatly. In a short while, the Flaming Leopard King was dissected by the 4 of them. Li Mingzhu took the heart, Li Xiaoke took the claws, and Li Xin and Li Cheng each chose the parts they needed. Then, they put the remaining Flaming Leopard King meat into their interspatial rings. The harvest this time was perfect. Even the usually cold Li Mingzhu let out a rare smile. I really didn't expect that we would actually kill a flaming leopard king. Li Xin felt like he was dreaming. When we go back this time, I will definitely be able to condense the 9th layer of true qi, said Li Cheng confidently. The flaming leopard king that hadn't appeared in dozens of years was encountered by them. It would be strange if they weren't happy. With the flaming leopard king's heart, my strength will increase again. I won't have to be afraid of Yang Shoujian in the large competition in a month's time, said Li Mingzhu secretly. At this time, Li Xiaoke said, we've finished killing the flaming leopard king. Should we return? Actually, Li Xiaoke was thinking about Fang Chen. Let's go back, said Li Mingzhu. Chapter 572. Kaiyang City was a small city in the core region of the five-element state. It was also the closest city to the four great ridges. The Luoying mountain range was near Kaiyang City. A small city like Miza City was nothing in the vast Five Elements province. The overall strength of Kaiyang City was the weakest in the five-element state. The younger generation disciples here were only at the peak of the condensing reality realm. It was said that in the five-element state's big sect, some of the younger generation disciples had already reached the spirit whirlpool realm. In the four great ridges, the spirit whirlpool realm was considered an absolute powerhouse. But in the five-element state, the spirit whirlpool realm was nothing. This was the difference between the five-element state and the four great ridges. Although the four great ridges belonged to the five-element state, the local warriors of the five-element state never acknowledged the four great ridges. They felt that although the four great ridges belonged to the five-element state, they were just barbarians from a remote area. They disdained to associate themselves with these barbarians. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know any of this. He was still unconscious. There were three big families in Kaiyang City, and the Li family was one of them. Li Mingzhu and the other three returned from the Luoying mountain range and brought back a lifeless warrior. Everyone knew that Li Xiaoke must have brought him back. Everyone was already used to Li Xiaoke's behavior. On the streets of Kaiyang City, Li Xin and Li Cheng supported Fang Chen while Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke led the way. When they were about to reach the Li family mansion, a mocking voice entered their ears. Li Xiaoke, you really save anyone. What's the use of bringing back a dead person like this? Hearing this, Li Mingzhu's eyes were filled with coldness. She turned her head and looked at the man holding a fan. She said coldly, the Li family's matters are not up to your Yang family to tell us what to do. Mph, Li Mingzhu, why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, go and be arrogant with Big Brother Shoujian in the Kaiyang City tournament in a month. The Yang family warrior said coldly. Scram. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu spat out a word. The cold voice entered the ears of the surrounding people. The voice contained a majestic spirit qi, and it caused the Yang family warrior to retreat. You, Li Mingzhu, just you wait. Li Mingzhu actually dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Yang Fang felt humiliated. Although his strength was not as good as Yang Shoujian, he was still a martial artist with 9 strands of true qi. In the face of Yang Fang's anger, Li Mingzhu did not care at all. The only person in the younger generation of the Yang family that could make her feel apprehensive was Yang Shoujian. Li Mingzhu and the other three brought Fang Chen into the Li clan residence. In the courtyard of the Li clan manor, the Li clan elder was all smiles when he saw the return of the 4 members of the Li clan. Mingzhu, how was your harvest this time? Asked an elder with a smile. Elder, we encountered the Flame Leopard King and successfully killed it, Li Mingzhu said honestly. What? You really encountered a Flame Leopard King? The elder's face was filled with excitement. Li Mingzhu nodded. The elder became even more excited and hurriedly asked, then what about the Flame Leopard King? We dissected the body of the Flame Leopard King and took away some useful things. The rest are in Li Xin's space ring, Li Mingzhu said. Then Li Xin took out the Flame Leopard King's meat and handed it to the elder. The elder received it with a smile. The Flame Leopard King's entire body is a treasure. Just this meat is enough to strengthen the Li clan's younger generation. This time you've really done a great service. The elder put away the Flame Leopard King's meat and smiled. You brought back the Flame Leopard King's meat for the Li clan. The Li clan must reward you. Tell me, What reward do you want? Li Mingzhu and the others didn't say anything. They had already obtained the things they needed. Now the most important thing was to go into seclusion. But just at this moment, Li Xiaoke opened her mouth. Her snow-white hand pointed at Fang Chen on the ground. Elder, when we went out this time, we encountered him in the Luoying mountain peaks. Elder, can you save him? Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the elder finally noticed Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen's injuries, he frowned. This child has no life left. Why did you bring him back? Elder, he's still alive, explained Li Xiaoke. The elder shook his head. All his meridians are broken. His organs are shattered. His skull is broken. There's no way he can survive. Elder, he's definitely alive, said Li Mingzhu. The elder raised his head and looked at Li Mingzhu. Mingzhu, you're saying he's still alive? Li Mingzhu nodded and said, Elder, place your hand on his heart. When the elder heard this, he followed Li Mingzhu's instructions and placed his hand on Fang Chen's heart. His originally expressionless face instantly revealed a complicated expression. How is this possible? Cried the elder. He had just used his spiritual sense to check this person's body and confirmed that he had no life left. But why was his hand able to feel this person's heartbeat? His meridians are broken. His organs are damaged. His bones are shattered. To be able to survive with such injuries is simply a miracle. At this moment, the elder was completely stunned. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone survive with such heavy injuries. Where did you see him? Asked the elder. At the Luoying peaks, said Li Xiaoke. It's truly a miracle that this person was able to survive, sighed the elder. Li Mingzhu glanced at the elder and said, Elder, I'm guessing that he most likely failed to take the transportation formation. You're saying that he was sucked into the spatial turbulence and then fell here? The elder was even more shocked. If what Li Mingzhu said was true, then this person's life force was too tenacious. Elder, you have to think of a way to save him, said Li Xiaoke, pouting. Elder, we just so happened to meet him at the Luoying peaks. It can be considered fate. Please save him, said Li Cheng. The elder nodded. Doing his best to suppress his shock, he said, I'll try my best. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke jumped up in excitement. Elder, I'll go into seclusion first. Li Mingzhu turned and left. Li Xin and Li Cheng also left. Only Li Xiaoke stayed by Fang Chen's side, waiting for the elder to save him. Elder Li Han's position in the Li clan was very high. He was second only to the Li clan patriarch. He was also very strong. He was a spirit vortex realm expert. He had promised Li Xiaoke to save Fang Chen, so he would naturally help. Elder Li Han found a guest of the Li clan. This guest was a medical expert. He was also in charge of the injuries of the Li clan's warriors. Guest Li, you're here. Elder Li Han's attitude towards Guest Li was very gentle. Elder Li Han, why did you call me here? Asked Guest Li. Although he was a guest of the Li clan, Guest Li wouldn't easily help under normal circumstances. He would only help if someone in the Li clan was seriously injured. Guest Li, this person is a warrior that I brought back this time. Can you help him? Elder Li Han smiled. Guest Li turned to look at Fang Chen, who was lying on the ground. The more he examined Fang Chen, the more Guest Li frowned. In the end, his expression became completely serious. Soon, Guest Li finished his examination. Guest Li, how is it? Asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. This person's meridians are broken, his organs are shattered, and his frontal bone is damaged. I have to say, this is a miracle. This is also the first time I've seen such a situation. His situation is too special, said Guest Li. Then can Guest Li treat him? Asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. I'm not confident, but I'm willing to try. To be able to encounter such a special situation in his lifetime, Guest Li also wanted to challenge his limits. Then I'll have to trouble you, Guest Li. Elder Li Han nodded. Guest Li brought Fang Chen back to his courtyard and began treating Fang Chen. 3 days later, Guest Li found Elder Li Han and Li Xiaoke. Guest Li, how is it? Asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. his face expressionless. He sighed and said, "I have no other way." Hearing guest Li's words, Li Xiaoke's expression changed. She was very disappointed. "Is there no other way?" Li Xiaoke asked unwillingly. Li Han also shook his head. If even guest Li can't treat him, then no one in Kaiyang City can. Guest Li was a medical expert. If even he couldn't treat a patient, then no one else could. At this moment, Li Han also gave up. He tried to persuade Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, you've never met him before. It's already good that you're doing this for him. Give up." Li Xiaoke kept shaking her head. This was her personality. She would be very sad when she saw a life disappear. "Bring him to my residence," said Li Xiaoke after a long time. In the past, some warriors that Li Xiaoke brought back couldn't be treated and eventually died. However, Li Xiaoke always placed them in her residence until they died. Hearing this, Elder Li Han didn't say anything. He arranged for a few servants to carry Fang Chen to Li Xiaoke's residence. Looking at Li Xiaoke's back as she left, Elder Li Han sighed. Xiaoke's personality isn't suitable for martial arts at all. The path of martial arts was very cruel. How could Li Xiaoke, who had a compassionate heart, survive in this cruel world? Elder Li Han, you don't have to sigh. Xiaoke has a compassionate heart at such a young age. There are two extremes for such a person. Either she falls in the cruel and chaotic world, or she rises in the chaotic world, said Guest Li. "I feel that Xiaoke will rise and not fall." "I hope so," said Elder Li Han. Over the years, Li Xiaoke had saved countless warriors, but almost all of them were mediocre warriors. Elder Li Han didn't expect Li Xiaoke to save an almighty. Chapter 573. Fang Chen was very mysterious. Although he looked like he was about to die, his heart was still beating. However, as time passed, Fang Chen's heartbeat became slower and slower. Li Xiaoke knew that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to hold on. Although she really wanted to save Fang Chen, there was nothing she could do. In the end, Li Xiaoke couldn't bear to watch Fang Chen die. She let Fang Chen stay in her residence while she went into seclusion. This time, she had obtained the Flame Leopard King's Claw in the Fallen Flowers mountain range. She hadn't used it yet. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen's heartbeat became slower and slower. His soul was also dissipating. Even a medical expert with miraculous hands could not cure Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have been sentenced to death. There was nothing he could do. Half a month later, Li Mingzhu came out of seclusion. Her body was filled with a powerful aura. Her coming out of seclusion shocked the entire Li family. Even the head of the Li family personally went to greet Li Mingzhu. This time, although Li Mingzhu's cultivation base hadn't increased, her strength had increased a lot. After fusing with the Flame Leopard King's heart, Li Mingzhu's strength had almost reached the limit of the condensing reality realm. "Mingzhu, did you gain anything this time?" the head of the Li family asked with a smile. Li Mingzhu nodded. "I gained a lot." At Li Mingzhu's level, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation base. Even a small increase would make people happy. "That's great. There's still half a month before the Kaiyang City tournament. Does Mingzhu have the confidence to defeat Yang Shoujian?" asked the head of the Li family. Li Mingzhu's eyes turned. "Yes." After saying that, Li Mingzhu left. Her personality was like that. She didn't like to chat with others. She gave people a cold and aloof feeling. After Li Mingzhu came out of seclusion, she went to Li Xiaoke's residence. Seeing the dying Fang Chen, she put her small white hand on Fang Chen's heart. Soon after, she frowned slightly. In the end, she shook her head and sighed. Her red lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she shook her head and didn't say anything. Fang Chen's situation was very bad. If there were no accidents, Fang Chen would definitely die in less than a week. Now, his heart was beating very slowly, even slower than a child's. This made Li Mingzhu think that Fang Chen was dead for sure. However, Li Mingzhu didn't care about Fang Chen's life or death. Fang Chen was just one of the warriors that Li Xiaoke had saved. 5 days after Li Mingzhu came out of seclusion, Li Xin and Li Cheng also came out of seclusion. Their auras were very strong, and it was obvious that their cultivation seemed to have broken through. Sure enough, not long after, the news of Li Xin and Li Cheng condensing 9 flashes of true qi spread throughout the entire Li clan. This made the Li clan leader extremely excited. In the past, the Li clan had always been at the bottom of the Mizang city competition. Although they had Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, their overall strength was far from the other 2 clans. Now, the Li clan had 4 young people with 9 flashes of true qi. In this year's Mizang city competition, the Li clan would definitely be in the limelight. Li Mingzhu even had a chance to defeat Yang Shoujian and become the #1 person among the younger generation in Mizang city. At the moment, there were still 10 days before the Mizang city competition. Everyone's eyes were focused on the place where Li Xiaoke was in seclusion. As for Fang Chen, no one paid any attention to him. Even elder Li Han had forgotten about Fang Chen. He was concerned about whether Li Xiaoke would break through during this seclusion. After another 7 days, Fang Chen's heart completely stopped beating. At this moment, Fang Chen's soul in his mind was about to collapse. There was only a little bit left. If this last bit of soul collapsed, his soul would be completely destroyed. In Fang Chen's mind, his soul was swaying and could collapse at any time. In his body, the golden heart had already stopped beating. Sigh, sigh, sigh. The moment the golden heart stopped beating, faint sounds came from Fang Chen's body. When these sounds came, the golden heart, which had already stopped beating, actually started beating again. If the medical expert Mr. Li was there, he would definitely be extremely shocked. The heart, which had clearly lost all signs of life, actually regained its vitality and started beating again. At the moment, some cracks appeared around the golden heart. These cracks got bigger and bigger until the final layer of skin started to peel off from the golden heart. The golden heart was shedding its skin. As it did so, the golden heart became more and more active and started beating faster and faster. When the golden heart finished shedding its skin, a ray of golden light shot out from Fang Chen's chest and pierced the sky. In the meeting hall of the Li family mansion, the Li family patriarch led many elders to discuss the upcoming Mizang city competition. Just as Elder Li Han was about to speak, an intimidating aura suddenly filled the entire Li family mansion. "What's going on?" Elder Li Han asked anxiously. He could sense a sense of danger from that aura. "What happened?" the Li family patriarch asked loudly. Many of the Li family elders also stood up and walked out of the meeting hall. Immediately, everyone saw a ray of golden light that pierced the sky. "What is that?" an elder asked in shock. That ray of golden light was too shocking. It directly pierced the sky. Crash! When that ray of golden light pierced the sky at an extremely fast speed, it instantly disappeared. Immediately after, that intimidating aura also disappeared. The Li family mansion regained its calm. All the elders looked at each other. They never would have thought that the aura that could intimidate even a spirit vortex realm expert came from Fang Chen. After a long while, the Li family patriarch said in a low voice, "Could it be that an almighty is breaking through near our Li family mansion?" The Li family elders all nodded. This was the only explanation. After all, Mizang City was a city in the Five Elements province. From time to time, there would be experts from other cities passing by. Perhaps it was an expert breaking through. Without that oppressive aura, the Li family elders once again returned to the meeting hall to discuss the competition. At this time, in Li Xiaoke's residence, Fang Chen's body was slowly changing. After the golden heart shed its skin, its color became brighter and brighter. A thick golden luster filled it. An invisible aura spread out from the golden heart and flowed into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. And Fang Chen's body was actually miraculously recovering. The golden heart revived and seemed to be healing Fang Chen's body. Wherever the invisible aura passed, the damaged wounds were actually slowly recovering. Although it was very slow, it was indeed recovering. At the same time, Fang Chen's body started to show signs of vitality. This was the first time in so many days that Fang Chen's body showed signs of life. If the medical expert, Mr. Li, was here, he would definitely be shocked. He had lived for so long and had seen countless seriously injured people on the verge of death. However, He had never seen such a miraculous situation like Fang Chen's. As the competition approached, everyone in the Li family focused their attention on Li Xiaoke's place of seclusion. No one would come to Li Xiaoke's residence. No one knew about the changes in Fang Chen's body. One day later, the wound on Fang Chen's chest had completely healed. His internal organs were also recovering. The Golden Heart's recovery power was getting stronger and stronger. At this time, the true qi in Fang Chen's sea of qi could finally circulate on its own. With the help of the true qi, Fang Chen's body recovered even faster. It could be seen clearly that Fang Chen's external injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his broken frontal bone was recovering quickly. Finally, when there was one day left before the competition, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" Fang Chen suddenly sat up and habitually looked around as he spoke in a low voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. Then, Fang Chen's body fell uncontrollably onto the bed. When Fang Chen noticed the changes in his body, he was completely stunned. "I remember that when I was teleporting, I was interrupted by the 100 Snake Valley Master and the others. I entered the spatial turbulence and then fell unconscious. How did I end up here?" Intuition told Fang Chen that he had been saved by someone. Fang Chen's last memory was when he entered the spatial turbulence. Fang Chen had read about the continent's unofficial history. It mentioned the spatial turbulence. Ordinary warriors would definitely die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Of course, this was not a 100% thing. This was because there were always some warriors who were more fortunate than the heavens and would miraculously survive. However, such warriors were few and far between. In the past 100 years of the ancient Sword Continent's history, there had never been such a situation. Almost every warrior who entered the spatial turbulence had died. The spatial turbulence was constantly moving. So even if a warrior who entered the spatial turbulence died, their corpse would fall in some corner of the ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen was also excited that he had been able to survive. To not die after entering the spatial turbulence, it seems the heavens are helping me. Fang Chen thought to himself. When he looked at the heart, he was completely stunned. "Has the Golden Heart transformed?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this time, the Golden Heart had undergone a heaven-shaking change. The Golden Heart was emitting an invisible aura that was helping Fang Chen recover his body. It seems that being able to survive the spatial turbulence definitely has something to do with the Golden Heart. Fang Chen looked at the Golden Heart and grinned. "This time, I have to thank you," said Fang Chen. The Golden Heart seemed to be able to hear Fang Chen's words. It immediately emitted a rich aura and restored Fang Chen's body. After Fang Chen woke up, his body's recovery was clearly accelerated. By night, his injuries were almost completely healed. Even his soul had been completely restored. Only his organs were seriously damaged and had yet to fully recover. As for his broken meridians, they had already been reconnected. Moreover, after reconstructing his meridians, Fang Chen felt that his strength had increased a lot. Chapter 574. On the last day before the grand competition in Kaiyang City, Li Xiaoke finally came out of seclusion. Seeing Li Xiaoke come out, the first thing the Li family members did was to ask her about her seclusion. "Xiaoke, how was it?" the Li family leader asked. Li Xiaoke said, "My cultivation didn't break through, but it improved a lot." Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the Li family leader and many elders nodded in satisfaction. "Xiaoke, tomorrow is the grand competition in Kaiyang City. You just came out of seclusion, go back and have a good rest," the Li family leader said. Li Xiaoke nodded and returned to her residence. "I wonder how he is." Li Xiaoke came to the door of her residence and thought of Fang Chen. Then, Li Xiaoke opened the door and entered the courtyard. When she entered the courtyard, she suddenly felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual qi. Li Xiaoke was very confused. "Why is there a fluctuation of spiritual qi?" Li Xiaoke asked in confusion. Then, she entered. When she entered the residence, she was completely shocked. Fang Chen had already gotten up from the bed and was circulating his spiritual qi to heal himself. "You." Seeing Fang Chen alive, Li Xiaoke was extremely shocked. When Li Xiaoke came back, Fang Chen woke up from his healing. Seeing Li Xiaoke's shocked expression, he smiled and said, "You saved me." Fang Chen's words woke Li Xiaoke up from her shock. She hurriedly said, "Yes, I saved you." How did you?" Li Xiaoke was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Fang Chen knew why Li Xiaoke was shocked. Coming out of the spatial turbulence, he must be covered in injuries. It was very scary. But now, he was sitting here alive. Normal people would be shocked. "Maybe I'm not fated to die," Fang Chen said with a smile. After a long while, Li Xiaoke finally calmed herself down. She looked at Fang Chen curiously and said, "How miraculous. Your injuries are so serious. Even our Li family's medical expert, Mr. Li, said that it is a miracle that your heart can still beat." Even the medical expert, Mr. Li, was helpless. "I didn't expect you to wake up on your own." Li Xiaoke's big eyes blinked. She walked to the bed and looked at Fang Chen curiously. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. At the same time, he was very grateful to Li Xiaoke. He was so seriously injured that most people would not care about him. He did not expect this little girl to bring him back and let her family's medical expert treat him. In the end, even though the medical experts were helpless, she still placed him in her residence. All signs indicated that this little girl was very kind-hearted. "I owe you my life," Fang Chen looked at Li Xiaoke and said solemnly. "You came back to life on your own. I didn't do anything." Li Xiaoke was very happy that Fang Chen came back to life. Although she was curious about how Fang Chen could survive such a desperate situation, Li Xiaoke did not ask. Perhaps Fang Chen had some miraculous encounter. "What is your name?" Li Xiaoke asked. "Fang Chen." "What about you?" Fang Chen asked. Li Xiaoke said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Where is this?" "This is my family," Li Xiaoke said. Then Fang Chen found out from Li Xiaoke that this was a city in the five-element state called Kaiyang City. The Li family was one of the three major families in Kaiyang City. Li Xiaoke was the leader of the younger generation in the Li family. She was the one who brought him back from the Luoying peaks. After hearing this news, Fang Chen nodded. He thought that the spatial turbulence would send him to other places. He did not expect that he would come to the five-element state. Originally, he had planned to come to the five-element state after dealing with the matters in the southern mountain land. He did not expect that he would come to the five-element state in this way. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sneered. "This is good too. I will cultivate in the five-element state for a while. When my cultivation reaches the spirit vortex realm, I will go back for revenge." Fang Chen temporarily put aside the thought of revenge. His injuries had not healed, so how could he talk about revenge? "Where are you from?" Li Xiaoke asked. "I came from the southern mountain land," Fang Chen said. After chatting with Li Xiaoke, Fang Chen realized that Li Xiaoke was not only kind-hearted, but also not scheming at all. She was very pure and kind. Therefore, Fang Chen did not hide anything from Li Xiaoke and told her directly. "The southern mountain land? Is it the four great mountains?" Li Xiaoke blinked. "Yes, it is the four great mountains," Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke seemed to be very curious about the four great mountains. She asked Fang Chen to explain some things about the four great mountains to her. Fang Chen smiled and began to explain to Li Xiaoke. During this time, Li Xiaoke could not close her mouth. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. After chatting, Li Xiaoke still looked as if she wanted to continue. She looked at Fang Chen and said, "When I have time, I will find you to chat. You are so humorous." Fang Chen nodded and said, "Anytime. Tomorrow is the Kaiyang City tournament. I am going to rest." "You should rest early too," Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen nodded and Li Xiaoke turned to leave. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. "Xiaoke," Fang Chen called out. Li Xiaoke stopped in her tracks and turned to Fang Chen. She asked, "Is there anything else?" "Xiaoke, my injuries have not healed. I need some herbs. Can you get them for me?" "I will pay for them," Fang Chen said. This is a small matter. What herbs do you need? I will get them from Mr. Li, Li Xiaoke said. Then, Fang Chen wrote down some herbs and handed them to Li Xiaoke. She went to find Mr. Li. Mr. Li was in the courtyard. When he saw Li Xiaoke, he grinned and said, Xiaoke, why are you here instead of resting? Mr. Li, I need some herbs. Can you get them for me? Li Xiaoke took out the paper Fang Chen gave her and asked. Oh, let me see. Mr. Li was a little confused. He took the paper and said. When Mr. Li finished reading, there was a hint of confusion between his brows. He looked at Li Xiaoke and asked, Xiaoke, these herbs are used to treat internal organs. Why do you need them? Mr. Li asked, puzzled. Mr. Li, do you still remember the dying man I brought back from outside a month ago? Li Xiaoke said. Of course I remember. That guy should be dead, right? Mr. Li remembered Fang Chen clearly. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, Mr. Li, he is not dead. He is alive. What? He is alive. Mr. Li heard and asked in shock. After that, Li Xiaoke told Mr. Li about how she saw Fang Chen come back to life. Mr. Li's heart was in a state of shock. How is it possible? He is alive. Mr. Li could not accept this fact. Take me to see him quickly, Mr. Li said hurriedly. After a while, Li Xiaoke brought Mr. Li to the residence. When he saw Fang Chen sitting on the bed, alive and well, Mr. Li was completely confused. I have been a doctor for so many years. This is the most unbelievable thing I have ever seen, Mr. Li said slowly after a long time. Fang Chen, this is Mr. Li, the medical expert of the Li family, Li Xiaoke introduced. Guest Li Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Mr. Li looked at Fang Chen in shock. He put his hand on Fang Chen's pulse. After a while, his face became serious. Kid, how did you come back to life? Mr. Li asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He said, maybe I am not fated to die. Mr. Li stared at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. To be able to come back to life from such a situation was definitely a miracle in the medical world. How could Mr. Li not be shocked? However, after thinking about it carefully, there were many incredible things on the path of martial arts. In the end, Guest Li also controlled his mood. I just checked your injuries. They are basically healed. Only your internal organs have not fully recovered, Mr. Li said. Mr. Li, can you get those medicinal herbs? Li Xiaoke asked. Mr. Li nodded and said, medicinal herbs for treating internal organs are more precious. Although the Li family has them, they need spirit stones to buy them. Mr. Li's meaning was clear. Fang Chen nodded and said, how many spirit stones do you need? I will pay all of them. Then, Fang Chen touched his finger and realized that the interspatial ring was gone. Where is my interspatial ring? Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. When we brought you back, we did not find the interspatial ring, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen was very anxious. All of his wealth was in the interspatial ring. If the interspatial ring was lost, it would be a huge loss. Could it have been lost in the spatial turbulence? Chapter 575. Fang Chen's face was extremely pale after losing his space ring. He knew better than anyone how important the space ring was to him. Could it really have been lost in the space turbulence? Fang Chen's face was solemn. After pondering for a moment, he finally came back to his senses. Then, he clasped his hands apologetically to Guest Li and said, Guest Li, I seem to have lost my space ring. I'm sorry, I don't have any spirit stones now. I'll look for you when I have them. Hearing this, Guest Li nodded and didn't say anything else. Although he was very curious about Fang Chen's body, these herbs were very precious and they were all resources of the Li clan. As a guest, how could he give them away casually? You can look for me at any time. Guest Li left this sentence and left. He was really shocked by Fang Chen today. He was so injured that even he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he actually came back from the dead and was still alive and kicking. This matter was beyond Guest Li's understanding. After Guest Li left, Li Xiaoke said a few words to Fang Chen and also left. Tomorrow was the grand competition in Miza City. Li Xiaoke needed to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Fang Chen stood alone in the courtyard, his face full of disappointment. After a long time, Fang Chen came back to his senses. His eyes flickered as he made a decision. He wanted to go to the Luoying peaks and look for his space ring. There was only a little hope, so he had to work hard. In the space ring, there were all of Fang Chen's things. If it was lost, it would be a great loss to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen made this decision, he directly left the Li clan mansion. The sky was already dark. After Fang Chen left the Li clan mansion, he was very fast and left Miza City in a short while. Fang Chen had also asked Li Xiaoke about the location of the Luoying peaks. After leaving Miza City, Fang Chen directly rushed towards the Luoying peaks. The Luoying mountain range was an endless stretch of mountain peaks. In this mountain, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. However, these demonic beasts were generally very weak. Just like what Li Mingzhu and the others had said, martial artists usually wouldn't come to the fallen heroes' peaks unless they wanted to try their luck and find the Flame Leopard King. As night fell, the Luoying mountain range was deathly silent. A crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the continuous peaks of the fallen heroes' mountains. On one of the mountain peaks, 2 warriors were sitting cross-legged on the ground and resting. Both of their cultivations were warriors who had condensed 7 flashes of true qi. Brother Tian, we've already spent a day tempering ourselves in the fallen flower peaks. Tomorrow is Kaiyang City's competition. Shouldn't we return? Asked a thin and weak man. These 2 people were disciples of the Yang clan, one of the 3 great clans of Kaiyang City. The thin and weak man was called Yang Feng, and the other man called Brother Tian was called Yang Tian. The strength of the 2 of them was very weak among the younger generation of the Yang family. They simply couldn't enter the eyes of the family. However, because the 2 of them were Yang Fang's lackeys, ordinary disciples in the clan were not willing to provoke them. This time, they came to the fallen heroes' peaks to temper themselves. It's already late, we should return, said Yang Tian. Hearing Yang Tian's words, Yang Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile, and then he stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw an ordinary ring not far from them. Under the sunlight, he could barely see the ring. It's an interspatial ring. Yang Feng instantly discovered that it was an interspatial ring. His face revealed a trace of joy, and he hurriedly picked up the interspatial ring. Brother Tian, this is an interspatial ring. Yang Feng looked at the interspatial ring and said. Yang Tian took the interspatial ring and looked at it, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps there was a treasure inside this interspatial ring. Open it and take a look, said Yang Feng. Yang Tian circulated his spirit energy and prepared to open the interspatial ring, but he discovered that the interspatial ring actually had an owner. Its owner is not dead yet. Yang Tian said in a low voice. What's going on? Asked Yang Feng. Under normal circumstances, when an interspatial ring fell, it basically meant that its owner had died. However, the interspatial ring they found actually had an owner. Forget it, let's take it back first. Yang Tian pondered for a moment, and then said. They also did not know what was inside the interspatial ring, but in any case, they would take it back to the Yang family. Soon after, Yang Tian and Yang Feng left the mountain together. It took Fang Chen an hour to arrive at the Luoying mountain range. As soon as he entered the Luoying mountain range, he saw 2 figures walking towards him. In the dark night, there were some houses with moonlight. Fang Chen could barely see that the 2 warriors were young, and their cultivation should not be high. There's someone. Yang Tian and Yang Feng were moving forward when they suddenly discovered someone. The 2 of them instantly became vigilant. Soon after, the 2 of them continued moving forward. Under the situation where they did not know the origin of the other party, the 2 of them would not act rashly. Fang Chen also looked at the 2 of them vigilantly. Just as they passed by, Fang Chen suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of old ancestor bronze. His gaze was instantly attracted by this aura, and then he looked at the 2 figures. At this moment, Yang Tian and Yang Feng were about to leave the fallen heroes' peaks. Fang Chen was sure that his interspatial ring had been taken by the 2 of them. Stop! Fang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Upon hearing Fang Chen's shout, Yang Tian and Yang Feng stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. "Kid, are you courting death?" Yang Tian said coldly. "It's fine if we don't provoke you, but you actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living?" Yang Feng sneered. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Yang Feng and Yang Tian and said, "You took my interspatial ring." Yang Feng and Yang Tian were startled when they heard Fang Chen's words. Then the two of them instantly recalled the interspatial ring they had obtained on the mountain peak. A strange smile appeared in Yang Tian's eyes and he said, "This interspatial ring is yours." Fang Chen's eyes burned when he saw the interspatial ring in Yang Tian's hand. "Yes, it's mine." "That's good. We were just worried that we wouldn't be able to open the interspatial ring. Since you took the initiative to appear, then you can remove your relationship with this interspatial ring now," Yang Feng reprimanded. After they saw Fang Chen's appearance clearly, they carefully recalled that there was no such young martialist in Kaiyang City. He should not be strong, so they wanted to use force to intimidate Fang Chen. "Return the interspatial ring to me." Fang Chen was expressionless as he said in a deep voice. "Kid, the interspatial ring is in our hands." "It's ours," Yang Tian said. "That's right. In Kaiyang City, who would dare offend our Yang family?" Yang Feng sneered. "Return the interspatial ring to me," Fang Chen once more said in a deep voice. "Kid, you're courting death. Even if I kill you, we can still open the interspatial ring." Yang Tian sneered. His figure flashed and he directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. 7 strands of true qi revolved around Fang Chen as he punched. Seeing Yang Tian attack, Fang Chen's eyes emitted a golden light. He clenched his fist and 5 strands of true qi revolved around him as he unhesitatingly punched out. Rumble. After the two fists collided, a deafening sound rang out, followed by a miserable cry. "Brother Tian." He originally thought that Yang Tian would be able to easily kill this kid. But what shocked Yang Feng was that even someone as strong as Yang Tian was sent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, Yang Tian's appearance was heavily injured and his aura was weak. "Brother Tian." Yang Feng ran over to Yang Tian and shouted. "You." Yang Tian endured the pain all over his body and looked at Fang Chen in horror. "Return the interspatial ring to me," Fang Chen said. Yang Feng grabbed the interspatial ring and threw it to Fang Chen. "I've given you the interspatial ring. Can you let us go now?" Yang Feng said in horror. Fang Chen sneered, his face full of ridicule. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng knew that Fang Chen was going to kill him to silence him. He rolled his eyes and in the next moment, he helped Yang Tian up. While Yang Tian was not paying attention, he directly pushed Yang Tian towards Fang Chen. Then he jumped and disappeared into the darkness. "Yang Feng." Yang Tian roared in anger when he saw this, but it was too late. Fang Chen's fist directly smashed his head. Fang Chen glanced at where Yang Feng disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and then left the Luoying peaks. The purpose of this trip was to find the interspatial ring. Since he had found it, he could go back. Fang Chen put the interspatial ring on his finger. Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze's voice sounded. "Kid, you're really lucky. You actually survived after entering the spatial turbulence." Ancestor Bronze's words were full of emotion. Fang Chen grinned when he heard this. He checked the interspatial ring and found that it was intact. When Fang Chen returned to the Li family mansion, he immediately looked for Li Baoqing. It was already very late, but Li Baoqing had not gone to bed yet. He was reading medical books to see if there were any records of Fang Chen's situation. After seeing Fang Chen, Li Baoqing smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" "Li Baoqing, I've found the interspatial ring and have enough spirit stones. Can you give me the herbs now?" Fang Chen said bluntly. Li Baoqing was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still nodded and said, "The herbs you want are large in quantity and high in price. The total value is 1 million upper-grade spirit stones." 1 million upper-grade spirit stones was a large amount in the southern mountainland, but it was nothing in the Five Elements province. Any high-level condensing reality realm warrior would be worth more than this. Fang Chen nodded and took out 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones and handed it to Li Baoqing. Li Baoqing soon found the herbs and handed them to Fang Chen. Chapter 576. Kaiyang City could only be considered the smallest city in the Five Elements province. The combat power of the warriors was on the low side. Moreover, the currency used in these places was still upper-tier spirit stones. Novels. If it was a slightly larger city, they would basically use upper-tier spirit stones. However, for Fang Chen, problems that could be solved with spirit stones were not a problem. He had a lot of spirit stones. Even the wealth of the Li family could not compare to him. This was his foundation. Therefore, Fang Chen was very nervous when he found out that he had lost his interspatial ring. Fortunately, his interspatial ring had been found. After returning from guest Li's place, Fang Chen began to recover his internal organs. Although his injuries were almost healed, his strength had not fully recovered because of the damage to his internal organs. In the huge Five Elements province, there were many strong people. He had to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. In front of him were a large number of medicinal herbs. The most precious ones were the heart-nourishing grass, the organ-refining grass, and the snow lotus grass. These three herbs could not be bought in the southern mountain land. Even if they could be bought, they would be sold for a sky-high price. The heart-nourishing grass mainly nourished the heart. The organ-refining grass could restore the internal organs. As for the snow lotus grass, it could be used to supplement other herbs and strengthen their medicinal power. It was already late at night. Fang Chen began to swallow the medicinal herbs. Fang Chen used 6 hours to finish the medicinal herbs that were worth 1,000,000 upper-tier spirit stones. At this moment, his body was filled with strong medicinal power. These medicinal powers gathered in his internal organs and began to restore them. Because Fang Chen's golden heart had transformed, its self-healing ability had become stronger. Therefore, after swallowing the medicinal herbs, his internal organs recovered very quickly. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen's internal organs were recovering quickly. In Fang Chen's sea of qi, 5 streams of true qi were constantly rotating. This trip to the spatial turbulence was also a form of tempering for Fang Chen. Fang Chen had just returned from the gates of hell, and his golden heart had also undergone a transformation. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. When the first glimmer of light appeared in the sky, the medicinal power in Fang Chen's body was finally completely absorbed. At this time, Fang Chen's internal organs were almost fully recovered. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Next, as long as he didn't get injured again, his internal organs would be completely healed in a few days. His injuries were almost completely healed, and his mood was much better. At least he now had the strength to protect himself. He couldn't say that he could defeat a martial artist with 9 flashes of true qi, but there was no doubt that he could defeat a martial artist with 8 flashes of true qi. At this moment, a coquettish voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that it was Li Xiaoke. Little Ku. Fang Chen smiled. Fang Chen, how are your injuries? Li Xiaoke asked as she looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded his head and said, I'm almost fully recovered. Today is the day of the Kaiyang City Grand Competition. Do you want to go and take a look? Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Sure. This was Fang Chen's first time in the five-element state. If he wanted to integrate into the five-element state as soon as possible, he had to understand the situation within the five-element state. Therefore, he would start from Kaiyang City. Let's go then, Li Xiaoke said. Then, Li Xiaoke led Fang Chen out of her residence and appeared in a courtyard where the guards lived. There were many guards in this courtyard. Some of them were strong, while others were weak. When they saw Li Xiaoke arrive, their eyes were filled with respect as they greeted her. Miss Li, how many times have I told you? Just call me Xiaoke, Li Xiaoke said. Miss Xiaoke, why are you here so early in the morning? Is there anything we can help you with? Someone asked. Li Xiaoke pointed at Fang Chen and said, he is a warrior that I recently rescued. Let him watch the Kaiyang City Grand Competition with all of you today. Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, everyone noticed Fang Chen. Then, they said to Fang Chen, "Brother, all of us were rescued by Miss Xiaoke. In order to repay Miss Xiaoke for saving our lives, we decided to stay in the Li family mansion as guards." Fang Chen heard this and nodded his head. It seemed that Li Xiaoke had rescued quite a number of warriors. After sending Fang Chen here, Li Xiaoke left. She was the leader of the younger generation of the Li family. Naturally, she had to go with the higher-ups of the Li family. Kaiyang City, Central Square. This was the largest square in Kaiyang City. It was also the location of the annual Kaiyang City Grand Competition. In the Central Square, there was a huge martial arts arena. This arena was where the younger generation of the three big families sparred. Around the Central Square, there were three big areas. These three big areas were the areas where the three big families were located. Today was the annual Disciples Grand Competition in Kaiyang City. Many warriors came to the Central Square early in the morning to witness the competition. At 8 in the morning, the Yang family was the first to arrive. The group led by the Yang family head slowly arrived. Countless martialists started shouting when they saw Yang Shoujian in the crowd. "Yang Shoujian, it's Yang Shoujian. I heard that Yang Shoujian had a breakthrough not long ago. He almost stepped into the spirit vortex realm. This time, he will definitely be first." Li Mingzhu of the Li family is not to be underestimated. She might be a strong opponent of Yang Shoujian. Among the younger generation of Kaiyang City, no one has forced Yang Shoujian to draw his sword. I wonder if Li Mingzhu can do it this time. After seeing Yang Shoujian, many warriors shouted. Yang Shoujian was one of the top experts among the younger generation of Kaiyang City. He had condensed 9 flashes of true qi at a young age. He was seen as the most promising warrior to reach the spirit vortex realm. Yang Shoujian was a sword cultivator. His entire body emitted a terrifying sword intent. Within Kaiyang City, when Yang Shoujian's name was mentioned, everyone's expression changed. Yang Shoujian's name resounded throughout Kaiyang City. Amidst the uproar, the Yang family members sat in the Yang family area. At this moment, one of the three big families of Kaiyang City, the Li family, also arrived. The Li family patriarch was in the lead. The two goddesses, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, followed closely behind. The moment the Li family arrived, they caused a huge commotion in the central square. The crowd was not surprised by the strength of the younger generation of the Li family, but by the goddesses, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. Among the younger generation of Kaiyang City, the three goddesses were Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke from the Li family, and Lu Lianxue from the Lu family. The three of them were devastatingly beautiful. Each of them had their own merits. Even Yang Shoujian would be moved when he saw the three of them. Although the Li family was the weakest among the three big families, they had two goddesses who were highly praised. Fang Chen stood at the back of the Li family group. After feeling the warm atmosphere, he could not help but be speechless. It seemed that beauties were the most popular everywhere. Li Mingzhu was still cold. Her entire body emitted a cold aura as she walked straight to the Li family area. Li Xiaoke, on the other hand, greeted the crowd with a smile. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke from the Li family are definitely devastatingly beautiful. One family actually produced two goddesses. It really makes people jealous. Yeah. Look at Kaiyang City. How many young talents are chasing after Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke? The crowd in the central square sighed. After the Li family arrived, the Lu family followed closely. The Lu family had two prides, Lu Feiwen and Lu Lianxue. Both of them were equally matched. However, Lu Lianxue's popularity completely surpassed Lu Feiwen's. Within Kaiyang City, whenever someone mentioned the Lu family, they would be talking about Lu Lianxue. No one would talk about Lu Feiwen. Lu Lianxue, one of the three goddesses of Kaiyang City. Fang Chen followed the gaze and instantly saw Lu Lianxue in the crowd. She is indeed beautiful. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Lu Lianxue had a seductive aura in her bones that made people unable to stop looking at her. Lu Lianxue wore a snow-white dress. On her charming face, there was a faint smile. Her beauty was different from Li Mingzhu's and Li Xiaoke's. Li Mingzhu was cold, while Li Xiaoke was gentle. Lu Lianxue, Fang Chen's evaluation of her was seductive. After Lu Lianxue arrived, everyone looked at her absent-mindedly and shouted her name one after another. Lu Lianxue, on the other hand, smiled slightly and sat in the Lu family area. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Lianxue. He thought to himself, this girl is very dangerous. After the three major families arrived, the grand competition of Kaiyang City was about to begin. The three family leaders stood up one after another. The first to speak was the Lu family leader. This year's grand competition of Kaiyang City will be the same as before. What do you think? Agreed, the Yang family leader said. The Li family leader also nodded and said, agreed. Then, the grand competition of Kaiyang City will now begin. The three major families had held the grand competition for countless years. All the warriors knew the rules of the grand competition, so there was no need to say anything. Moreover, there was no need for a referee. The three family leaders were the referees. At the beginning of the grand competition, it was a battle between the weak young warriors. The top warriors of the younger generation did not care about this at all. The final stage would be the most intense. On the martial arts stage, the battles were very intense. One by one, the young warriors went up the stage to fight. In the Yang family area, Yang Feng kept staring at the goddesses Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. His eyes were filled with greed. He was fantasizing about how good it would be if he could get the two of them one day. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the back of the Li family area. Suddenly, he saw a figure that he would never forget. It's him. Yang Feng instantly recognized Fang Chen. He looks exactly like the warrior who killed Yang Tian that day. So he's a disciple of the Li family. When Yang Feng recognized Fang Chen, his heart was filled with anger. Then, Yang Feng walked towards Yang Fang and told him everything about how Fang Chen killed Yang Feng. Yang Fang was instantly enraged. Chapter 577. When Yang Fang learned that Fang Chen had killed Yang Feng, he was infuriated. He immediately charged onto the martial stage. At this moment, a Li clan disciple who had just won a battle was attacked by Yang Fang before he could even say anything. Scram! Yang Fang roared in anger and punched out, sending the disciple of the Li clan flying. Seeing Yang Fang attack, the Li clan's expressions changed. Li Xin was the first to stand up, his expression grave. Yang Fang, what's the point of attacking a disciple weaker than you? Yang Fang ignored Li Xin's question and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chen. He roared, "Brat, do you dare fight me on the stage?" Following Yang Fang's gaze, everyone was shocked to see that the person Yang Fang was talking about was actually a guard from the Li clan. The Yang clan's expressions also changed. Yang Fang had openly attacked a guard from the Li clan. If news of this spread, he would become a laughingstock. Yang Fang. Yang Shoujian came to the central square and spoke for the first time. Hearing Yang Shoujian's voice, Yang Fang turned to look at the Yang clan's area. He killed my Yang clan's Yang Feng. How can my Yang clan let him off? Crash. The entire square was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in shock. They also hadn't thought that a guard from the Li clan would be able to kill Yang Feng from the Yang clan. At the same time, everyone was guessing the identity of this guard from the Li clan. Just who was he? Why would he kill Yang Feng? When the Yang clan's members heard this, their expressions instantly darkened. Yang Shoujian slowly sat down, no longer saying anything. His meaning was very clear. He supported Yang Fang's actions. Anyone who dared to attack and kill a Yang clan disciple would definitely die. Fang Chen was amongst the guards, quietly watching the battle. Suddenly, he sensed everyone's gazes. His expression constantly changed, and he stared at Yang Fang. "Brat, you have the guts to kill someone from my Yang clan, but you don't have the guts to fight. Are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life?" Yang Fang arrogantly shouted. At the same time, a wild aura was released from his body, directly suppressing Fang Chen. At this time, the Li clan's members looked at Fang Chen. No one was more shocked than Li Mingzhu and the others. A trace of astonishment flashed across Li Mingzhu's eyes. He's actually alive. Li Mingzhu's heart was filled with shock. Li Xin and Li Cheng stared at Fang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Even elder Li Han, who had seen Fang Chen before, was shocked. Back then, Fang Chen had already lost his vitality. Why was he standing here alive now? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yang Fang finally made his move. While Fang Chen clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He punched out, and a fist aura appeared in the sky. It carried a powerful fist intent and blasted towards Fang Chen. The speed of this punch was so fast that before anyone could react, the fist aura had already appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes were solemn. He circulated his genuine qi and prepared to resist. However, just as he punched out, he suddenly felt a powerful aura invading his body. Poochie. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. He couldn't even block one of Yang Fang's punches. It seemed he was also a useless person. Elder Li Han shook his head slightly. He was shocked that Fang Chen could come back from the dead. But seeing Fang Chen spit out blood, he also shook his head. It seemed that even if he was alive, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Yang Fang, stop. Li Xiaoke stood up and said coldly, I don't believe you'll be a coward for the rest of your life. Yang Fang turned and walked off the stage. He had just relied on a sneak attack to hit Fang Chen. It was clearly impossible for him to attack again. After all, this was the Li family's territory. Although Fang Chen was a guard of the Li family and the Li family wouldn't care, the Li family cared about their face. Let the competition continue, said the Lu family patriarch. As the Lu clan leader spoke, the competition continued. Everyone's gaze moved away from Fang Chen. Only Li Xiaoke walked over to Fang Chen's side and asked in a low voice, how was it? Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Li Mingzhu looked at Fang Chen in surprise, but didn't say anything. At this time, Fang Chen's golden heart was rapidly absorbing the spiritual qi in his sea of qi. Could it be that the golden heart is lacking energy after its transformation? Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as he was about to block Yang Fang's attack, he suddenly couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, causing him to spit out blood. Everyone thought that Fang Chen was too weak and couldn't block Yang Fang's attack. But that wasn't the case. The golden heart was absorbing the spiritual qi in his sea of qi. Fang Chen couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, so his punch didn't have any offensive power. Yang Fang's fist directly landed on Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, Yang Fang's punch wasn't strong, so Fang Chen didn't suffer any serious injuries. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was sucked dry by the golden heart. At this moment, Fang Chen felt extremely weak. Fang Chen tried his best to hold on, but his forehead was covered in sweat. The surrounding guards shook their heads. It seemed that the martial artist that Miss Xiaoke had saved this time was even weaker. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. At noon, the battles between the younger generation were more than half done, but the top experts still hadn't made their moves. At noon, according to the rules, all three sides needed to rest. After the Lu family patriarch made the announcement, the three families returned to their respective residences. As soon as Fang Chen returned to his residence, he locked himself up. Then, he took out the spiritual stones in his interspatial ring and started absorbing them crazily. Holding the supreme-grade spiritual stones in his hand, they were all absorbed in the blink of an eye, turning into a pile of powder. However, Fang Chen had plenty of spiritual stones. After 2 hours, the spiritual qi in Fang Chen's sea of qi was finally full again. This time, he used 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. When the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was full, Fang Chen realized that his internal injuries had healed. At this moment, there was a change in Fang Chen's sea of qi. The golden heart emitted a trace of invisible aura, drilling into his sea of qi. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi started to spin wildly. Fang Chen noticed the spiritual qi in his sea of qi. His face changed slightly, but in the next moment, his eyes were filled with joy. The spiritual qi in his sea of qi was condensing into true qi. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the sixth true qi was condensed. A blessing in disguise. Fang Chen muttered to himself. This trip to the spatial turbulence almost killed him, but it also strengthened his body. Now, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was crazily condensing true qi. It seemed that condensing true qi was not so difficult. After a quarter of an hour, the seventh true qi was condensed. At this time, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi was still condensing true qi and had not stopped. Do I have to condense 9 true qi in one go? Fang Chen was very excited. He devoted himself to the process of condensing true qi. After an hour, the 8th true qi was condensed. Originally, Fang Chen wanted to condense 9 true qi in one go, but in the process of condensing the 9th true qi, he failed. Fang Chen did not force it. He was already very satisfied to be able to condense 3 true qi in one go. Crash! Fang Chen's aura instantly converged. He looked at the 8 true qi in his sea of qi and was very excited. After condensing 8 true qi, Fang Chen's strength improved comprehensively. Not only did he surpass before he was injured, but his combat power also increased exponentially. When Fang Chen had condensed 5 strands of Zhen Qi, he could already easily defeat a warrior with 8 strands of Zhen Qi. Now that he had condensed 8 strands of Zhen Qi, Fang Chen could be said to be invincible in the condensing reality realm. Even a top warrior with 9 true qi would be easily defeated by Fang Chen's combat power. Invincible in the condensing reality realm? Fang Chen felt that his body was full of power. After a long time, Fang Chen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. He slowly stood up, opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. The lunch break was about 4 hours. There were only a little less than 4 hours left. When Fang Chen arrived at the Li family mansion, he found that the Li family had already gone to the central square. He left the Li family mansion alone and came to the central square. In the morning, he was still a warrior with 5 true qi. In the afternoon, he became a warrior with 8 true qi. If the 3 big families of Kaiyang City knew, they would be shocked. After his injuries were healed, Fang Chen's spirit was much better. When he arrived at the central square, the competition had just begun. The first battle in the afternoon was Yang Fang from the Yang family. His face was full of arrogance, and he said, "Who wants to fight with me, Yang Fang?" Yang Fang was a warrior with 9 true qi. He was very strong. Except for a few top geniuses, no one was his opponent. "I, Li Xin, will fight with you." Li Xin's body flashed, and he stepped onto the stage. "You are not my opponent," Yang Fang said coldly. Bang bang bang. Li Xin and Yang Fang immediately started fighting. At first, Li Xin was able to fight evenly with Yang Fang, but as time passed, Li Xin's weakness was gradually revealed. In one attack, Yang Fang took advantage of Li Xin's weakness. He directly punched Li Xin and sent him flying. Trash. Yang Fang looked at Li Xin on the ground and sneered. "You," Li Xin said angrily. But he had already lost, and was not qualified to step onto the stage. "Let me." Li Xin lost the battle, and Li Cheng stepped onto the stage. He wanted to get revenge for Li Xin. However, after a fierce battle, Li Cheng was no match for Yang Fang. After all, Li Xin and Li Cheng were warriors who had just condensed 9 true qi. They could not be compared to Yang Fang. Bang. Li Xin was sent flying by Yang Fang's punch again. The Li family had lost 2 battles in a row, and many disciples in the Yang family area were celebrating. "Xiaoke, you go." The Li family patriarch's face was gloomy. Li Xiaoke was about to step onto the stage when suddenly, a figure stepped onto the stage. "Lu family's Lu Feiwen, please teach me." Chapter 578. Seeing Lu Feiwen on stage, the arrogance on Yang Fang's face disappeared and was replaced by fear. Before Yang Fang could speak, the Yang family patriarch stood up and said, "Since Lu Feiwen is here, let's end the elimination round and start the finals." If Lu Feiwen was here, Yang Fang would definitely lose. That was why the Yang family patriarch said that. The Li family patriarch's face darkened and he didn't say anything. The Lu family patriarch agreed with the Yang family patriarch. In the end, all 3 families came to a decision and the elimination round ended. Actually, everyone knew that the elimination round was just for the ordinary disciples to spar with each other. The real highlight was the finals. Each of the 3 families had 2 people in the finals. There were 6 people in total. This was a true showdown. Lu families Lu Lianxue and Lu Feiwen, Yang families Yang Shoujian and Yang Fang, Li families Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. These 6 people were also the top geniuses of the younger generation in Mizang City. Their battle would definitely shock the crowd. The rules of the finals were different from the elimination round. The finals required every warrior to fight with 4 people from the other 2 families. The winner would get 1 point, and the loser would get 0 points. The order of the battle was decided by drawing lots. After the 3 families drew lots, Lu Feiwen got number 1. He had to be the first to fight. Lu Feiwen stood on the stage with a gentle smile on his face. He looked at the Yang family area and said, "Yang Fang, it's you." Lu Feiwen could choose any 4 opponents from the other 2 families. So after being chosen, he couldn't complain. Yang Fang walked onto the stage with a gloomy face. He wasn't Lu Feiwen's match, but losing without a fight wasn't the style of the Yang family. "Just admit defeat," Lu Feiwen said. If you want me to admit defeat, you have to show me what you're capable of," Yang Fang said softly. Whoosh! Lu Feiwen made his move. He stretched out his finger and a dense spiritual energy appeared at the tip of his finger. Then, Lu Feiwen gently stretched out his hand and a ray of light shot out from his finger. Poocha! This ray of light looked simple, but after hitting Yang Fang, the latter couldn't fight back. Bang! Yang Fang's body fell heavily to the ground. He had lost the battle. Lu Feiwen wins, 1 point, the Lu family patriarch said. Then, Lu Feiwen challenged Li Xiaoke. After all, Yang Shoujian and Li Mingzhu were too strong. He did not have much confidence. After Li Xiaoke got on the stage, Lu Feiwen immediately launched a fierce battle. Around Lu Feiwen's body, there were 9 streams of true qi. His aura was extremely tyrannical. Every time he stretched out his finger, a powerful finger light would shoot out. Although Lu Feiwen's finger technique was very powerful, Li Xiaoke had ways to block it. Fang Chen, who was among the crowd, nodded his head when he saw this. He said, although little Ku looks weak, his strength shouldn't be weaker than Lu Feiwen's. 3 minutes after Fang Chen finished speaking, Li Xiaoke found a flaw in Lu Feiwen's defense. A fireball appeared in her fair hands and she threw it at Lu Feiwen. When Lu Feiwen saw this fireball, he hurriedly blocked it. At this moment, an arrow was pressed against his throat. "If this was on the battlefield, you would already be dead," Li Xiaoke said softly. "I lost." Lu Feiwen's face was filled with helplessness as he said softly. Li Xiaoke's victory over Lu Feiwen shocked everyone. All along, Li Xiaoke gave people the impression that she was kind and compassionate. Every time she went out to train, she would save some ordinary warriors and bring them back. As time passed, people would think that Li Xiaoke was a weak girl. But today, Li Xiaoke's battle had shocked everyone. Lu Feiwen of the Lu family, a prodigy who was on par with Lu Lianxue, was defeated by her. Everyone from the Li family nodded in satisfaction. However, the Lu family head frowned and announced that Lu Feiwen had lost. After losing to Li Xiaoke, Lu Feiwen lost to Li Mingzhu and Yang Shoujian consecutively. Lu Feiwen lasted a long time in the battle with Li Xiaoke. But in the battle with Li Mingzhu, Lu Feiwen only lasted 10 moves before losing. The battle with Yang Shoujian made Lu Feiwen even more depressed. Yang Shoujian did not use his sword from the beginning to the end. He only relied on his iron fists to send Lu Feiwen flying with 3 punches. At this moment, many warriors in the square were shocked. Yang Shoujian and Li Mingzhu were too strong. As for Lu Feiwen, he left the square helplessly. Out of the 4 matches, he only won 1 match. He lost the remaining 3 matches and only obtained 1 point. After Lu Feiwen's battle ended, it was Lu Lianxue's turn. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Lianxue. Even Fang Chen was staring at Lu Lianxue. This girl had a charming aura. If one's mind was not firm, they would definitely be affected by her. This Lu Lianxue's bewitching technique is truly powerful. Fang Chen thought to himself. Even with his firm mind, when he looked at Lu Lianxue, he was still a little dazed. Lu Lianxue, one of the three goddesses, Lu Lianxue, is going to fight. Lu Lianxue is indeed one of the three goddesses. She's really beautiful. If I can marry Lu Lianxue, even if it's just for a day, I'm willing. In the central square, many warriors were immersed in Lu Lianxue's beauty. Lu Lianxue's every frown and smile attracted everyone. The Lu family has produced a monstrous genius. Even the Li family's patriarch praised Lu Lianxue. In the Yang family's area, the Yang family's patriarch looked at Lu Lianxue and said, "Everyone says that the Lu family has two geniuses in the younger generation. But who knows that the Lu family only has one genius? That is Lu Lianxue. Lu Feiwen is too far away from Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue was the true genius of the Lu family." When Lu Lianxue fought, the Lu family's patriarch was full of smiles. He was very happy. He did not care if Lu Feiwen lost the match. He only cared about Lu Lianxue. All these years, Lu Lianxue had been hiding her strength. Outsiders only paid attention to her beauty. Because of this, she was even called one of the three goddesses. However, only the Lu family's patriarch knew that Lu Lianxue was the true genius of the Lu family. Before Lu Lianxue fought, the Lu family's patriarch told Lu Lianxue that she did not need to win all 4 matches, but at least 3. This was because even the Lu family's patriarch could not see through Yang Shoujian. No matter how strong Li Mingzhu was, the Lu family's patriarch knew that she was no match for Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue's only opponent was Yang Shoujian. Lu Lianxue was wearing a snow-white dress. She stood quietly on the fighting ring. Her beautiful eyes shone as she looked for her opponent. She looked at the Yang family's area and glanced at Yang Shoujian. Finally, she turned around and looked at Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, you will be my first opponent," Lu Lianxue said softly. Her voice seemed to have a demonic nature, causing the countless cultivators in the plaza to go crazy, crazed beyond belief. The competition between the two goddesses caused countless martial artists to be excited. However, things did not go as they expected. Li Xiaoke did not go up the fighting ring. She said directly, "I am no match for Sister Lianxue." Li Xiaoke admitted defeat directly, which disappointed everyone. They thought that they would be able to see the goddesses compete, but now it seemed that they could only pin their hopes on Li Mingzhu. When Fang Chen heard Li Xiaoke admit defeat, he nodded. Li Xiaoke was right. She was no match for Lu Lianxue. Since she was going to lose anyway, she might as well admit defeat directly. After Li Xiaoke admitted defeat, Lu Lianxue's gaze fell on Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu did not hesitate and went up the fighting ring. Li Mingzhu was wearing a purple dress, while Lu Lianxue was wearing a snow-white dress. The two goddesses each had their own merits. The competition between the two goddesses is really worth it. Ha ha ha, to be able to see the two goddesses compete on the same stage, this grand competition is too exciting. I wonder which of the two goddesses will emerge victorious. Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue were on the same stage. Many martial artists on the square went crazy. Usually, the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City would see Li Xiaoke the most. The other 2 were not seen at all. Only during the grand competition would they be able to see the 2 of them on the same stage. Li Mingzhu, Lu Lianxue. The 2 of them chanted each other's names. To be able to become the goddesses of Kaiyang City, the 2 of them were devastatingly beautiful. Lu Lianxue's body was filled with charm. Her every word and action would attract the attention of countless people. Li Mingzhu was the complete opposite. Her body was filled with a cold aura. Ordinary martial artists would feel unusually cold just by looking at her. However, it was because of this coldness that Li Mingzhu became the ice goddess of Kaiyang City. Li Mingzhu's cold personality did not affect her popularity in Kaiyang City. Countless supporters were chanting Li Mingzhu's name. Of course, the number of martial artists who supported Lu Lianxue was not small either. The 2 of them could be said to be evenly matched. Li Mingzhu was the strongest martial artist of the Li family's younger generation, and Lu Lianxue was the strongest martial artist of the Lu family's younger generation. When the 2 of them competed, wouldn't the 2 families compete? Li Mingzhu's strength should be about the same as Lu Lianxue's, Fang Chen thought to himself. He had not seen the 2 of them fight, so he could not judge whether Li Mingzhu could win against Lu Lianxue. At this moment, Li Xiaoke sat beside Fang Chen. The surrounding guards were filled with jealousy. Fang Chen, do you think Sister Mingzhu can win? Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, it will be difficult. Li Xiaoke nodded and said, Lu Lianxue's strength is very strong. Although she has been hiding her strength, I feel that Sister Mingzhu will lose to her. Oh. Fang Chen was a little curious as he looked at Li Xiaoke. Lu Lianxue's seduction technique is very powerful. Last year, I fought with her once. I couldn't resist her seduction technique at all, Li Xiaoke said. When Fang Chen heard this, he was shocked. Even a goddess like Li Xiaoke could not resist Lu Lianxue's charm. If it was a man, how could he resist it? Chapter 579. Mingzhu, it's been a year since we last fought, right? Suddenly, Lu Lianxue's red lips parted as she spoke softly. Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, an icy aura surged out from Li Mingzhu's body. As one of the three great goddesses of Miza City, Li Mingzhu naturally knew how powerful Lu Lianxue was. Although she looked weak on the outside, she was actually extremely powerful. Who knew how many powerful geniuses had been defeated by her bewitchment arts? Li Mingzhu didn't dare be careless, because she didn't know when she would fall for Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts. Seeing Li Mingzhu so vigilant, Lu Lianxue smiled faintly and said, Mingzhu, you're still so vigilant against me. Lu Lianxue, others might not know, but I know very well that your words are filled with bewitchment arts, said Li Mingzhu coldly. Lu Lianxue laughed lightly. She knew she couldn't tempt Li Mingzhu, so she said, since that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal. Just as Lu Lianxue finished speaking, dense spirit qi suddenly surged out from her body. Then, she waved her small white hand. Instantly, the dense spirit qi transformed into a beautiful flower that floated above her head. At the same time, Lu Lianxue's Dharma idol was also released. When Fang Chen saw Lu Lianxue's Dharma idol, he was extremely shocked. No wonder Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts were so powerful. Her Dharma idol was actually a flower similar to the illusionary god flower. This flower was extremely beautiful. The instant the Dharma idol appeared, the beautiful flower formed from spiritual energy instantly merged with it. In the next instant, a dense bewitchment art surged out from within the Dharma idol. Some of the cultivators closer to the martial stage all retreated. They were afraid they would fall for Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts. The current Lu Lianxue was surrounded by a bewitchment aura. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light as she suddenly waved her hand. Immediately, a shocking palm print shot out from Lu Lianxue's palm and shot towards Li Mingzhu. Flaming fist. Li Mingzhu shouted as she clenched her fists tightly. Immediately, dense flames appeared. As soon as these flames appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply. Li Mingzhu's flaming fist was extremely powerful. Even before she had fused with the flaming leopard king's heart, she was already very powerful. After fusing with the heart of the flame leopard king, its power had increased even more. Facing Lu Lianxue, Li Mingzhu did not hesitate to use her strongest attack. Her fist slammed into Lu Lianxue's palm. Crack! Lu Lianxue's palm print shattered. Li Mingzhu did not stop at all and directly punched Lu Lianxue's beautiful body. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, Lu Lianxue's body instantly dissipated. The entire square was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. Even Fang Chen was surprised. Such a terrifying bewitching technique. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. It was his first time witnessing such a terrifying bewitching technique. Li Mingzhu's fist had only destroyed one of Lu Lianxue's seductive doppelgangers. It hadn't even touched Lu Lianxue's true body. Impressive. Fang Chen couldn't help but praise Lu Lianxue. To be able to cultivate the art of charm to such a level, Lu Lianxue could be considered a talent. Flaming fist. When Li Mingzhu realized that she hadn't hit Lu Lianxue, she suddenly turned around and punched the air behind her. Bang! When this punch hit the air, it exploded with a deafening sound. Following that, Lu Lianxue's delicate body appeared on the martial arts stage. Mingzhu, you've become much stronger, Lu Lianxue said as she stared at Li Mingzhu. Your art of charm has become even stronger, Li Mingzhu said coldly. The two goddesses of Miza City were competing. This scene made countless warriors extremely excited. Let's decide the victor with one move, Lu Lianxue suddenly said. Li Mingzhu nodded. She circulated all the power in her body and 9 streams of true qi fused into her fist. A metal hammer appeared above her head. This was Li Mingzhu's Dharma idol. This was also the first time Fang Chen had seen Li Mingzhu's Dharma idol. Fang Chen was also a little surprised that such a beautiful woman would have such a strength-type Dharma idol. After the metal hammer appeared, the might of Li Mingzhu's fist became even stronger. She used all her strength and punched out. Rumble. The power of this punch caused the surrounding warriors to cry out in surprise. Even if a warrior with 8 streams of true qi was hit by this punch, he would still die without a doubt. However, Lu Lianxue didn't even blink when she saw this punch. She didn't even move her body. Art of charm? Fang Chen, who was sitting in the Li family's area, muttered to himself as he stared at Lu Lianxue's body. Just as Fang Chen was feeling puzzled, Lu Lianxue's body instantly started moving. This time, she didn't use any art of charm. Her art of charm didn't have much effect on Li Mingzhu. Lu Lianxue's 9 streams of true qi fused into her pale palms. Then, with a shout, her palms suddenly shot out toward Li Mingzhu's flaming fist. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. 2 beautiful figures stood quietly on the martial arts stage, not moving at all. Who won? Some warriors asked curiously. The leaders of the 3 great families also looked nervously at the 2 people on the martial arts stage. They also didn't know what was going on when the 2 collided. Just at this moment, Lu Lianxue withdrew her palm and Li Mingzhu also withdrew her fist. On the martial arts stage, the fierce aura that had just filled the air instantly quieted down. Mingzhu, your strength has already reached the limit of the condensing reality realm. It won't be long before you can advance to the spirit vortex realm. Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes moved as she said softly. A trace of helplessness appeared on Li Mingzhu's cold face. She said, "But, I still lost to you." After Li Mingzhu finished speaking, she turned and left. Hearing Li Mingzhu's words, the entire square was in an uproar. They didn't understand why Li Mingzhu lost. Lu Lianxue won. Many warriors were filled with doubts. Among the people present, other than the leaders of the 3 great families, only Fang Chen saw it clearly. When the 2 collided, Lu Lianxue had a slight advantage. But with Li Mingzhu's arrogant personality, a loss was a loss. She didn't bother to pester her. This woman is terrifying. Fang Chen had a new evaluation of Lu Lianxue. Haha, Lianxue didn't disappoint. The leader of the Lu family laughed. Out of the 3 great goddesses of Miza City, Lu Lianxue had single-handedly suppressed the other 2 goddesses. After this battle, Lu Lianxue's popularity reached its peak. On the square, all the warriors were shouting Lu Lianxue's name. Even young Shoujian stared at Lu Lianxue for a good while. Lu Lianxue won both battles and obtained 2 points. Next, Lu Lianxue's opponents were Yang Shoujian and Yang Fang. I won by luck. Lu Lianxue smiled faintly when she heard the leader of the Lu family announce the result. Then, Lu Lianxue's gaze turned towards the Yang family area. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Shoujian walked towards the martial arts stage step by step. Everyone's gaze was on Yang Shoujian. The only person who could defeat Lu Lianxue was probably Yang Shoujian. After all, Yang Shoujian was the strongest genius of the younger generation in Miza City. Yang Shoujian stood on the martial arts stage, his body surrounded by dense sword intent. His entire body was like a sharp sword, quietly inserted into the ground. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Shoujian. When he sensed Yang Shoujian's powerful sword intent, the sword aura within Fang Chen's body actually began to stir. But fortunately, Fang Chen managed to control it in time. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. On the square, many warriors were discussing. Goddess Lu Lianxue defeated Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu. I wonder if she can defeat Yang Shoujian. I think it'll be a little difficult. Although Goddess Lu Lianxue is very strong, Yang Shoujian's attack power is close to invincible. If Lu Lianxue can force Yang Shoujian to unsheath his sword, it'll be pretty good. I heard that not long ago, Yang Shoujian's sword cultivation improved. His sword intent has even reached the third minor realm. He's too strong. Yang Shoujian and Lu Lianxue's clash caused the entire square to shake. Yang Fang isn't your match. There's no need for him to fight this time. Yang Shoujian's handsome face revealed a trace of a smile. Yang Shoujian's words had directly decided Yang Fang's fate. Yang Fang's strength was inferior to Lu Lianxue's, and he didn't have the qualifications to fight. Even if he did fight, he would lose. Yang Shoujian alone was enough for the Yang family. Yang Shoujian's body was filled with battle intent. He was also looking forward to his battle with Lu Lianxue. Yang Shoujian, I've also been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes flickered. Last year, I had a premonition that you would definitely grow into a peak expert of the younger generation in Miza City. As expected, said Yang Shoujian. In the Li family's area, among the guards, Fang Chen frowned and said, "It seems that Yang Shoujian has long noticed Lu Lianxue." At the same time, he glanced at Li Xiaoke beside him. Chapter 580. Yang Shoujian had already noticed Lu Lianxue last year. At that time, he believed that Lu Lianxue would definitely become an outstanding figure among the younger generation and even become his main opponent. From the beginning to the end, Yang Shoujian had never taken Li Mingzhu seriously. That was because Lu Lianxue hid her strength deeper than Li Mingzhu. An opponent that you didn't understand would always be the most terrifying opponent. Yang Shoujian knew this very well. Therefore, over the past year, Yang Shoujian had secretly investigated Lu Lianxue's background and even thoroughly understood everything about her. Therefore, when he saw Lu Lianxue's valiant strength today, Yang Shoujian wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, his eyes were overflowing with battle intent. Just as everyone thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle between Lu Lianxue and Yang Shoujian, Lu Lianxue spoke. A charming smile appeared on her delicate face. Then, her red lips parted slightly as she said faintly, "Yang Shoujian, there will be a battle between us in the end, but not now." After saying that, Lu Lianxue turned and left the martial arts arena. Her departure meant that she had admitted defeat. This scene caused an uproar in the entire square. Countless martialists were astonished. Lu Lianxue's strength was clearly on par with Yang Shoujian. Why did she suddenly admit defeat? Could it be that Yang Shoujian was so strong that even Lu Lianxue didn't dare to make a move? Clearly, Fang Chen didn't think so. Especially after hearing Lu Lianxue's words, Fang Chen was even more convinced that Lu Lianxue definitely had a trump card. However, this was the final elimination round. She didn't want to reveal her trump card. Once she fought with Yang Shoujian, she would definitely reveal her trump card. There would be a battle between her and Yang Shoujian eventually. However, that would be the true final, a battle to determine the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation. In the current elimination round, losing a match wouldn't affect her at all. Lu Lianxue was considering the overall situation. She didn't blindly make a move against Yang Shoujian. Of course, there was also a reason. She felt that Yang Shoujian was unfathomable. Even if she made a move, she didn't have any confidence. Yang Shoujian glanced at Lu Lianxue, who had left the martial arts arena. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes. This woman was much more terrifying than he had imagined. After the Lu clan leader announced the results, the battles of the two Lu clan members all ended. Lu Feiwen had fought 4 battles and lost 3, earning a total of 1 point. As for Lu Lianxue, she won 3 matches and lost 1, earning 3 points. In this kind of situation, to be able to obtain 3 points, it was enough to see how strong Lu Lianxue was. In the next competition, the Li clan's disciples will fight, the Lu clan leader said. The Li clan leader nodded, then looked at Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, asking them who would make the first move. Seeing this, Li Mingzhu stood up and prepared to step onto the arena. At this moment, Li Xiaoke, who was beside Fang Chen, spoke up. "Sister Mingzhu, let me do it." Li Xiaoke knew that she was weak, so she made the first move to test the opponent for Li Mingzhu. Until now, Yang Shoujian had not made a move, so no one knew how strong he was. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu nodded and returned to her seat. She said to Li Xiaoke, "Be careful, don't try to be brave." Li Xiaoke nodded and quickly stepped onto the arena. Although Li Xiaoke was the most low-profile of the three goddesses of Kaiyang City, no one doubted her strength. Even if she lost to Lu Lianxue, no one thought that she was weak. It was just that Lu Lianxue was too strong. Because Li Xiaoke was kind-hearted, she would often save injured warriors, so she was very popular in Kaiyang City. Li Xiaoke had just stood on the martial arts platform when countless martialists shouted her name loudly. Li Xiaoke's beautiful face revealed a gentle smile. She turned to look at the Yang clan area and said, "Let's start with the Yang clan." In the Yang clan area, Yang Fang stepped onto the arena. In the previous round, he did not even have the chance to make a move against Lu Lianxue. Yang Shoujian's words made him feel extremely ashamed. Now, facing Li Xiaoke, he could finally make a move. "Li Xiaoke, let me, Yang Fang, take you on." Yang Fang grinned and stepped onto the arena. All the warriors present knew that Yang Fang was no match for Li Xiaoke. If he made a move, he would only be humiliating himself. Boom! As soon as Yang Fang stepped onto the arena, he unleashed a powerful attack. 9 streams of true qi revolved around his fist. When he punched out, a deafening sound rang out. Bang! Li Xiaoke's strength was tyrannical. How could Yang Fang compare to her? Li Xiaoke waved her palm gently and easily neutralized Yang Fang's attack. This made Yang Fang furious. "I'm no match for Li Xiaoke in a head-on confrontation," Yang Fang thought to himself. At the same time, Yang Fang used all his strength to execute his fist technique. He threw punch after punch at Li Xiaoke. Although Li Xiaoke's body was petite and looked weak, she was very brave. Her body did not move from the beginning to the end. In the face of Yang Fang's powerful attack, Li Xiaoke only waved her hand gently. "Yang Fang, you're no match for me," Li Xiaoke reminded him. Even if Yang Fang used all his strength, he was no match for her. Li Xiaoke did not want to accidentally injure Yang Fang, so she reminded him. However, when Yang Fang heard this, he felt that it was a blatant insult. Yang Fang's heart was burning with anger. His eyes were scarlet and his body was filled with a terrifying aura. "Li Xiaoke, you'll regret this." Yang Fang roared furiously. Just as Yang Fang's roar ended, a layer of golden light appeared on Yang Fang's body. In the next moment, Yang Fang clenched his fist tightly. His fist was instantly covered by the golden light. At this moment, his aura suddenly increased. A powerful aura filled the entire arena. This sudden change startled Li Xiaoke. She felt danger and her body moved for the first time. Not good. Fang Chen, who was in the crowd, sensed this aura and cried out in his heart. However, it was already too late. Yang Fang's scarlet eyes turned golden in an instant. At this moment, Yang Fang's face was ferocious. His fist contained an extremely majestic aura. Boom! Yang Fang punched out. Instantly, it was as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Yang Fang used a forbidden fist technique, the Yang family patriarch said in a low voice. Everyone in the Yang family knew that Yang Fang had a forbidden fist technique. Because Yang Fang had accidentally obtained it, the higher-ups of the Yang family did not ask for it. However, the Yang family patriarch had always reminded Yang Fang not to practice this forbidden fist technique before he reached the spiritual vortex realm. What was a forbidden fist technique? To be able to be called a forbidden fist technique, its power was countless times stronger than ordinary fist techniques. However, the stronger the power, the greater the backlash. If one was not strong enough and forcefully used a forbidden fist technique, they would be killed by the backlash. Yang Fang was also forced into a corner by Li Xiaoke. He did not care about the consequences and used the forbidden fist technique. When this forbidden fist technique was used, the entire arena was covered in a layer of golden light. Bang! Yang Fang's face was filled with madness. His golden fist directly hit Li Xiaoke's delicate body. With a bang, Li Xiaoke's delicate body was instantly sent flying. She fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Fang Chen immediately rushed over and hugged Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, are you okay?" Fang Chen asked anxiously. At this moment, Li Xiaoke's aura was weak. There was a terrifying wound on her stomach, and blood was constantly flowing out. Li Mingzhu and the others also appeared beside Li Xiaoke. Mr. Li, hearing Li Mingzhu's voice, Mr. Li directly came to Li Xiaoke's side and placed his finger on her pulse. After a while, Mr. Li removed his finger and said, "Xiaoke's life is not in danger, but what?" Li Mingzhu asked coldly. "But because the opponent's fist technique was too strong, she was heavily injured and is in danger of being paralyzed," Mr. Li said. Boom. Everyone in the Li family's area was burning with anger. The Li family patriarch immediately stood up and looked at Yang Fang furiously. He said coldly, "Isn't the Yang family too much? Patriarch Li, there is no rule against using forbidden fist techniques in the competition." Yang Fang did not seem to have broken the rules. The Yang family patriarch naturally wanted to protect Yang Fang. Damn it. Yang Fang did not break the rules. The Li family patriarch wanted to help Li Xiaoke, but there was nothing he could do. The Lu family patriarch did not speak. He was quietly observing the situation. Li Xiaoke is only SOSO, Yang Fang said arrogantly as he endured the backlash of the forbidden fist technique. This was a slap in the face, a naked slap in the face. Not only did Yang Fang heavily injure Li Xiaoke, but he also dared to challenge the Li family. At this moment, Li Mingzhu clenched her fists and emitted an extremely cold aura. She wanted to go on the stage and take revenge for Li Xiaoke. Patriarch Lu, should the competition continue? The Yang family patriarch sneered and turned to the Lu family patriarch. The Lu family patriarch nodded and said, "The competition will continue. The Li family will send out another disciple." In the Li family's area, Li Mingzhu was preparing to go on the stage. She looked at the heavily injured Li Xiaoke and felt very sad. "Xiaoke." Fang Chen looked at Li Xiaoke and called out softly. Li Xiaoke's body was covered in blood. Her small white hand held Li Mingzhu's hand and she said weakly, "Sister Mingzhu, be careful." The little girl who was alive and kicking just a moment ago was now heavily injured and on the verge of death. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Li Xiaoke was his savior. It could be said that if it were not for Li Xiaoke, he might have been eaten by the demon beasts of the Luoying mountain peaks. If others were heavily injured, Fang Chen would not care. But for Li Xiaoke to be injured like this, Fang Chen's heart ached. "Xiaoke, rest well. I will take revenge for you." Fang Chen hid his anger in his heart and said to Li Xiaoke with a smile. Before Li Xiaoke could say anything, Fang Chen turned and walked towards the stage. Chapter 581. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped onto the martial arts stage step by step. Killing intent filled his body. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yang Fang. He couldn't wait to kill Yang Fang. "You don't have the right to stand here." "Scram," said Yang Fang coldly when he saw Fang Chen step onto the stage. Fang Chen stood on the stage and looked at the Li family's patriarch. "Patriarch, can I fight in Little Ku's place?" The Li family's people looked at each other when they saw Fang Chen step onto the stage. The Li family's higher-ups didn't say anything. They just stared at Fang Chen. "Mph, is there no one else in the Li family? Even the trash that Li Xiaoke saved dares to fight in her place," said Yang Fang disdainfully with a mocking smile. "If there's no one else in the Li family, you can give up on this competition," said Yang Shoujian from the Yang family's area. Their words were full of mockery toward the Li family. Only now did the people in the square realize Fang Chen's identity. He was the cultivator that Li Xiaoke had saved. Thinking of this, they all shook their heads. How strong could a cultivator that Li Xiaoke had saved be? He actually wanted to fight in her place. "No," shouted Li Xin and Li Cheng at the same time. They didn't want to see Fang Chen throw his life away. "Come down." "Let me go," said Li Mingzhu. Fang Chen shook his head. "My life was saved by Little Ku. Without Little Ku, there wouldn't be me. Now, my savior has been injured to this extent. If I don't take revenge for Little Ku, am I still human?" Fang Chen spoke with conviction. When the Li clan's guards heard this, they all shouted, thinking that Fang Chen's words were reasonable. "Take revenge for Miss Little Ku." Everyone shouted. The Li family's patriarch narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is he?" "Patriarch, he's a cultivator that little Ku saved not long ago," said Li Han. "Nonsense. If he takes little Ku's place, what will the other two families think?" said the Li family's patriarch. Obviously, they didn't believe in Fang Chen and weren't willing to let Fang Chen replace Li Xiaoke in the battle. Fang Chen had naturally expected this result, so he directly looked at Yang Fang and said, "I challenge Yang Fang in my own name. Yang Fang, do you dare to accept?" Even the Li clan leader could not stop him from issuing a challenge in his own name. The patriarch of the Lu clan nodded and didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't object. "Do you dare accept?" Before Yang Fang could say anything, Yang Shoujian from the Yang family's area spoke up. He sneered, "How laughable. You don't have the qualifications to challenge someone from my Yang family. Oh, so you're saying that the Yang clan doesn't dare to accept the challenge? If Yang Fang doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then you, Yang Shoujian, can also step onto the stage. As long as you're from the younger generation, I won't refuse anyone," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding cultivators all went into an uproar. Fang Chen was too arrogant. He was openly challenging Yang Shoujian. As expected, Yang Shoujian was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. He coldly said, "Yang Fang, kill him." Although Yang Fang had just forcibly used a forbidden fist technique, the backlash wasn't too severe. It was more than enough to kill Fang Chen. "Brat, you can die now." Yang Fang had already been accumulating power for a long time. He directly sent a punch at Fang Chen. "You actually didn't use a forbidden fist technique." Fang Chen sneered. "But you don't have the chance." Fang Chen's words had just landed when his fist suddenly shot out and fiercely collided with Yang Fang's fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Immediately after, the crowd was shocked to find that the broken fist wasn't Fang Chen's, but Yang Fang's. After Fang Chen shattered Yang Fang's fist, he directly smashed Yang Fang's head with an unparalleled pressure. Bang! Yang Fang's head couldn't withstand such a huge force. It was smashed into pieces by the punch. Even his soul was completely destroyed. When the crowd came to their senses, Yang Fang's body had already slowly fallen to the ground, lifeless. "Yang Fang!" The crowd in the Yang family's area shouted. The Yang family patriarch suddenly stood up. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, you killed a member of the Yang family. I want you dead." At this moment, the Li family patriarch spoke. "Patriarch Yang, are you going to interfere in the battle between the younger generation?" Ch. He even dared to kill a member of the Yang family. "Miza City won't tolerate him," the Yang family patriarch said angrily. At this moment, the Lu family patriarch spoke. "Patriarch Yang, the battle between the younger generation is a fight between fists and legs. It's a little too much for the older generation to interfere." Fang Chen ignored the Yang family patriarch's words. He turned to the extremely weak Li Xiaoke and said, "Xiaoke, I've avenged you." Fang Chen killed Yang Fang with a punch. This scene caused the Li family's upper echelons to be shocked. At first, the Li family's upper echelons didn't believe in Fang Chen's strength. Now, they finally believed that the Li family patriarch wanted to interfere because he wanted to rope in Fang Chen. This was a warrior that Li Xiaoke had saved. Once he joined the Li family, he would be one of the best in the younger generation. "Good, very good. You have the right to represent Xiaoke in the battle," the Li family patriarch said. The Yang family patriarch's eyes were cold. He was furious, but because of the Lu and Li family patriarchs, he didn't do anything. "Yang Shoujian, kill him," the Yang family patriarch said in a low voice. Yang Shoujian nodded and leaped onto the martial arts practice platform. That punch just now was just a demonstration of Fang Chen's strength to the Li family. From now on, he represented Li Xiaoke. "Kid, Yang Fang will not die in vain," Yang Shoujian said eerily. "I don't think so." Fang Chen looked at Yang Shoujian without any fear and sneered. "I have a feeling that you will also die in vain." Yang Shoujian heard this and sneered. After so many years, this person was the first person to say this to him. In the whole Kaiyang city, no one dared to speak to Yang Shoujian like this. "In front of me, Yang Shoujin, you are nothing to be afraid of. I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Yang Shoujin's face had a calm smile. He didn't see Fang Chen as an opponent at all. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen with a condescending attitude. When his internal organs were fully recovered and he condensed 8 streams of Jin Qi, Fang Chen's strength was already incomparable to Yang Shoujin's. Right now, he could be said to be invincible in the condensing reality realm. A mere Yang Shoujin was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, all the martial artists in the square were shocked. In the morning, Fang Chen was hit by Yang Fang's punch and spat out blood. How did he become so strong in just one afternoon? Killing Yang Fang with one punch, even Li Mingzhu couldn't do that. Not only them, but even Li Mingzhu and the others were shocked. When Fang Chen was rescued, he was almost dead. He didn't even have a trace of life. Only his heart was beating slowly. Who would have thought that after a month, he would not only come back to life, but also become so strong? What was going on? In the Li family area, Li Mingzhu's deep eyes looked at Fang Chen, who was facing Yang Shoujin on the stage. Mingzhu, how can he be so strong? Li Xin asked in confusion. In the morning, he was hit by Yang Fang's punch and spat out blood. In the afternoon, he killed Yang Fang with one punch. Li Cheng was also very shocked. Li Mingzhu found that even she couldn't see through Fang Chen. What a mysterious fellow, Li Mingzhu said inwardly. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the Li family patriarch was shocked. He could see that Fang Chen hadn't used his full strength when he killed Yang Fang. He hadn't even released his true qi. Just a simple punch had killed Yang Fang. If he used his full strength, just how strong would he be? While thinking, he glanced at the weak Li Xiaoke. This time, the young martial artist Li Xiaoke had saved was most likely not simple. Thinking of that, the Li family patriarch made a decision. Whether or not Fang Chen could defeat Yang Shoujin, he would invite Fang Chen to join the Li family. This child is not simple, Elder Li Han said inwardly. In the Lu family area, Lu Lianshue's eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. After a while, she shook her head. She couldn't see through this person. Finally, Lu Feiwen and the others couldn't see through him. Although this kid is strong, he's not Yang Shoujin's match, whispered Lu Feiwen. Lu Lianshue didn't say anything. She just watched quietly. On the martial arts stage, Yang Shoujin stared at Fang Chen. This was the first time he was seriously sizing up Fang Chen. Kid, are you prepared to die? Yang Shoujin, you don't need to scare me. If you want to kill me, you need to have the ability. What's the use of just talking? Said Fang Chen coldly. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile and cultivate in the Li family until he broke through to the spirit vortex realm. Then he would return to the Nanling land to take revenge. But because Li Xiaoke was heavily injured, he had no choice but to act. Since he had acted, he had to use an absolute stance to crush all of the younger generation. In Fang Chen's heart, there was an invincible belief. This belief caused the aura around Fang Chen's body to rise instantly. On the martial arts stage, there was a faint, intimidating aura. Yang Shoujin stared at Fang Chen. The latter stared back at Yang Shoujin. The two of them were motionless on the martial arts stage. The many martial artists in the central plaza were all confused as to why the two of them were motionless. But the three families' upper echelons could see that Yang Shoujin was using his spiritual strength to attack Fang Chen. He wanted to win without a fight. You want to win without a fight? How laughable. Fang Chen sneered. The little tricks that Yang Shoujin used were not worth mentioning at all in Fang Chen's eyes. Buzz. The martial arts stage was filled with their spiritual strengths. Although they were standing motionless, an exceptionally fierce spiritual qi had appeared around them. That spiritual qi was like a tide, filling the entire martial arts stage. Li Mingzhu's eyes were bright as she stared at Fang Chen. She seemed to be thinking of something. On the other side, Lu Lianshue was also curiously looking at Fang Chen. She wanted to see just how this man would be able to fight with Yang Shoujin. Even Lu Lianshue was somewhat afraid of Yang Shoujin. How could an ordinary martial artist compare to him? Chapter 582. On the sparring ring, Yang Shoujian was surrounded by a terrifying aura. His eyes were ice-cold. Although he hid it well, Fang Chen could sense that there was a hidden killing intent in his eyes. "Kid, I hope you'll still be standing here," Yang Shoujian said in a low voice. He was ready to attack. Whoosh! Yang Shoujian's fist suddenly stretched out. His body's dense aura directly merged into his fist, and he punched out. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chen also punched out. The two fists collided, and a deafening sound instantly rang out. The two of them both retreated a few steps. After Fang Chen stabilized himself, he sneered, "You want to defeat me with such strength?" Yang Shoujian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. It seemed that he had still underestimated Fang Chen. "That was just a warm-up," Yang Shoujian said coldly. Everyone knew that Yang Shoujian was about to get serious. Even now, no one believed that Fang Chen could defeat Yang Shoujian. Even Li Mingzhu and the others didn't believe it. Crash! A huge black sword appeared above Yang Shoujian's head. This was his Dharma idol. Fang Chen noticed that Yang Shoujian was carrying a huge sword on his back. Up until now, no one in the younger generation had been able to force Yang Shoujian to take out this sword. Yang Shoujian cultivated the way of the sword. Yang Shoujian suddenly waved his hand, and an extremely dense sword intent appeared around him. This sword intent was so strong that it shocked countless cultivators. Yang Shoujian's sword intent has probably reached the third minor realm. Li Xin couldn't help but be astonished. Yang Shoujian's strongest point is his way of the sword. His sword arts are divine. This time, he released his Dharma idol. "I wonder how this kid will block it," said Li Cheng. To the side, Li Mingzhu looked coldly at Yang Shoujian. This was the first time Yang Shoujian had used his Dharma idol in the Kaiyang City tournament. It wasn't Lu Lianxue, nor was it forced by her. It was an unknown cultivator. "Can you block it?" Li Mingzhu thought to herself. From the perspective of the Li family, she naturally hoped that Fang Chen could block Yang Shoujian's attack. But thinking about it carefully, this idea was very unrealistic. Once Yang Shoujian displayed his terrifying swordsmanship, he would have no chance at all. The Lu and Yang family patriarchs nodded in agreement when they saw Yang Shoujian's Dharma idol. Yang Shoujian's Dharma power was a giant sword that seemed to have been created for him. The Dharma power giant sword gave Yang Shoujian a terrifying attack power. Yang Shoujian activated his Dharma power, which was enough to show how serious he was about Fang Chen. "You should be proud to be able to force me to activate my Dharma idol," Yang Shoujian said sinisterly. Two beams of sword light shot out from his eyes. "Sword cultivator?" Seeing the giant sword Dharma above Yang Shoujian's head, Fang Chen sneered and immediately activated his own Dharma. The giant golden sword instantly floated above Fang Chen's head, competing with Yang Shoujian's Dharma power. While a golden light shot out from the giant golden sword. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners were all shocked. Even the family patriarchs of the three major families widened their eyes. "His Dharma power," the Li family patriarch muttered to himself. His face was filled with shock. The aura released by Fang Chen's Dharma power was very powerful. Elite practitioners of the spiritual vortex realm like them could tell at a glance that Fang Chen's Dharma power was very strange. "It's actually suppressing Yang Shoujian's Dharma power." Lu Lianxue was also a little surprised and said in a delicate voice. In her impression, Yang Shoujian's Dharma power was very strong. Especially when combined with his heavenly sword technique, it was even more powerful. This person's Dharma power could actually suppress Yang Shoujian's Dharma power. On the martial arts stage, Yang Shoujian also noticed this scene. His eyes were cold. The giant black sword Dharma power was Yang Shoujian's pride. Because of this Dharma power, his strength had increased exponentially. Among the younger generation of Miza City, no one could suppress his Dharma power. He did not expect the person in front of him to have such a strange Dharma power. "Even so, what can you do?" Yang Shoujian let out a low roar. He suddenly stretched out his finger and used his finger as a sword. A terrifying sword light instantly shot out from his finger. Whoosh! At the same time that the sword light shot out, the giant black sword above his head also emitted an extremely dense sword will. This sword will had already reached its peak. It directly merged with the sword light and shot towards Fang Chen. This sword light shocked countless warriors. Yang Shoujian is going all out. That sword gleam is too powerful. Even a martial artist with 9 strands of true qi would die instantly if struck by that sword gleam. It's too scary. Yang Shoujian's attack has already exceeded the range of the condensing reality realm. Give him some time and he will definitely become a spiritual vortex realm elite. Yang Shoujian of the Yang family is known as a once-in-a-century sword genius. When he advanced to the condensing reality realm, he even condensed a giant sword Dharma power. His sword skills are divine. I wonder if this person can withstand Yang Shoujian's sword light. In the entire central square, all the warriors were exclaiming. Yang Shoujian's sword light was too terrifying. On the martial arts stage, seeing Yang Shoujian's sword light shoot out, Fang Chen sneered. Since you want to compete in sword skills, then I will completely destroy your confidence. Fang Chen let out a low roar. He stretched out his finger and his whole body emitted a dense sword force. This sword force drilled into his finger and he gently pointed it out. Sword force. Seeing the sword force released from Fang Chen's body, many warriors were completely stunned. What was going on? Such a powerful young warrior had only comprehended sword force. He hadn't even comprehended sword will, and he still dared to compete with Yang Shoujian. Sword force. How can it be sword force? Li Xin looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster and shouted loudly. Yeah, such a powerful warrior. He killed Yang Fang, who had 9 streams of true qi, with 1 punch. But he only comprehended sword force. How can he block Yang Shoujian's attack? Li Cheng also said in a low voice. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke's eyes were filled with doubt. They didn't understand why Fang Chen hadn't comprehended sword will. Ha ha ha, kid, with your little sword Dao cultivation, you dare to compete with me? You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen's sword force, Yang Shoujian laughed wildly. In front of sword will, sword force couldn't withstand a single blow. After seeing Fang Chen's sword force, Yang Shoujian was even more certain that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to block this fingerlight no matter what. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great families shook their heads. There was no suspense in this battle. Only Lu Lianxue of the Lu clan had an astonished look in her eyes. She was curious as to why it was sword force and not sword intent. Could it be that his hiding sword will? Lu Lianxue thought in her heart. However, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen didn't care about the crowd's ridicule. After hearing Yang Shoujian's words, he said coldly, "Idiot, even sword force is enough to defeat you." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the 2 finger lights collided with a rumble. Crack! Everyone thought that Fang Chen's attack would be instantly crushed by Yang Shoujian's fingerlight, but the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and their hearts were in a state of shock. How is this possible? That was the thought in everyone's heart in the central square. When the 2 fingerlights collided, Fang Chen's fingerlight directly crushed Yang Shoujian's attack with an unstoppable force, and then shot towards Yang Shoujian. What's going on? The sudden change made Yang Shoujian unable to react. His eyes followed closely, and his face was filled with confusion. However, when he sensed the danger of the fingerlight, he still blocked it. Bang! Yang Shoujian's sword will poured into his palm, and then he punched the sword light. Poochie! After the 2 collided, the sword light dissipated, and there was a bloody hole in Yang Shoujian's fist, which was constantly bleeding. The entire square was dead silent. All the warriors widened their eyes and looked at Yang Shoujian on the martial arts stage in shock. They couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. Yang Shoujian is injured. After a long time, a voice broke the silence in the square, and then an uproar sounded. This guy injured Yang Shoujian, who has perfect sword will, when he has sword force. Is this guy a genius in the sword principle? With such a big disparity in strength, he actually injured Yang Shoujian. With the sword principle that Yang Shoujian is so proud of, he injured Yang Shoujian. Is this a slap in the face? Many warriors exclaimed one after another. The 3 patriarchs suddenly stood up. Although they didn't see clearly how Fang Chen injured Yang Shoujian, They could clearly feel that Yang Shoujian's body was trembling. Fang Chen's sword force drilled into Yang Shoujian's body, and the latter had to use all his strength to expel the sword force. After a long time, Yang Shoujian's body stopped trembling. He raised his head, and his eyes were scarlet. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his palm. Then, he said eerily, "I haven't bled in a long time." When he said this, Yang Shoujian was completely enraged. When he activated his Dharma power to attack, his opponent's sword light directly crushed his attack, and then pierced his fist. "What a strange sword force," Yang Shoujian said eerily, and his whole body emitted a strong murderous intent. He had already decided to kill Fang Chen. "Your sword principle is not worth mentioning in front of me," Fang Chen sneered. Indeed, in front of Fang Chen, Yang Shoujian's sword principle was not worth mentioning at all. Just now, Fang Chen had only activated his sword force. He didn't even use the illusory sword principle or the hidden star sword, and he injured Yang Shoujian. The gap between the two was too big. Fang Chen's strength was invincible in the condensing reality realm. Yang Shoujian, on the other hand, was only one of the best with 9 strands of Zhen Qi. Compared to Fang Chen, he was far inferior. Chapter 583. Yang Shoujian circulated his true qi and infused it into the wound. In the blink of an eye, the blood stopped flowing out. Then, his scarlet eyes looked at Fang Chen. "You are the first person to make me bleed in so many years." When Yang Shoujian said this, he reached for the hilt of the sword on his back. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly pulled out his long sword. Yang Shoujian's long sword was a high-grade profound weapon. To be able to force him to pull out his sword, it was enough to show how strong Fang Chen was. "Kid, if I don't kill you today, how can I, Yang Shoujian, still have the face to stay in Kaiyang City?" Yang Shoujian growled. He instantly lifted up the long sword in his hand. Dense sword intent directly infused into the long sword, and the long sword let out a sword cry. The giant transcendence sword above his head also emitted a biting cold aura, which drilled into the long sword. At this moment, Yang Shoujian's aura was raised to the peak. He displayed his own unique skill, the Yang family sword technique. Yang family sword technique. Yang Shoujian roared and instantly displayed the Yang family sword technique. Whoosh! Countless sword lights appeared in the sky above the martial arts stage. These sword lights contained an extremely majestic aura. All the warriors knew that Yang Shoujian was completely enraged. It seems like the battle should end soon. Fang Chen did not have the patience to continue fighting with Yang Shoujian. His face revealed a trace of a cold smile, and then he took out the hidden star sword. Hiss! 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 The 7th level of the phantom sword technique was displayed. Countless illusory swords instantly shot towards Yang Shoujian. At the same time, 8 streams of true qi appeared around Fang Chen's body. The appearance of the 8 streams of true qi caused Fang Chen's aura to rise again. At this moment, Fang Chen was invincible in the condensing reality realm. The powerful sword aura permeated the entire martial arts stage. Fang Chen could clearly feel that he could control the power of heaven and earth around the martial arts stage. Phantom sword technique. Fang Chen gave a low cry and displayed the illusory sword Dao. Yang Shoujian, who was in the middle of attacking, suddenly found himself in a perplexed state. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly hacked at the sky. The countless sword lights emitted a series of noises. Yang Shoujian's attack became extremely weak at this moment. Fang Chen's strength was too strong, so strong that it shocked all the warriors. The eyes of the 3 clan leaders were also filled with shock. Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than Yang Shoujian's. This battle was simply one-sided. Yang Shoujian roared and woke up from the illusion, but at this time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword also appeared in front of him. Courting death. Yang Shoujian roared furiously as he thrust out his high-grade profound weapon. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword slashed at Yang Shoujian's long sword. Immediately, Yang Shoujian's long sword was sent flying. Yang Shoujian's body was also constantly retreating. The web between his thumb and index finger was bleeding, and his whole body was filled with biting pain. How is this possible? Yang Shoujian couldn't believe that Fang Chen's attack was so strong. Your strength is only SOSO. Fang Chen displayed heaven-defying strength and easily defeated Yang Shoujian. The latter couldn't accept this fact. I'm going to kill you. Yang Shoujian roared and madly rushed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. He suddenly brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. Stop. At this moment, the Yang clan leader couldn't sit still anymore. He leaped and landed on the martial arts stage. He grabbed the crazy Yang Shoujian and stared at Fang Chen. Kid, your mind is too vicious. After grabbing Yang Shoujian, the Yang clan leader said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. Leaving him alive would be a disaster. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. But at this moment, the Li clan leader also leaped onto the martial arts stage and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Young clan leader, it's not good for you to interfere in a battle between the younger generation, said the Li clan leader coldly. Miza City's 3 clan leaders were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Seeing the Li clan leader interfere, the Yang clan leader coldly snorted and turned to look at Yang Shoujian. At this moment, Yang Shoujian was still in a state of madness. Wake up! Roared the Yang clan leader. Yang Shoujian instantly woke up from his madness. He looked at the Yang clan leader and lowered his head. You're not his match. After saying that, the Yang clan leader brought Yang Shoujian away from the martial arts stage. The Li clan leader nodded at Fang Chen and also left the martial arts stage. The competition was still going on. They couldn't break the competition's rules. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen looked around and then looked at Lu Lianxue. He said, "Do you still want to fight?" Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the central square. Countless warriors looked at Lu Lianxue curiously. Lu Lianxue was known as one of the 3 goddesses of Miza City. She was very powerful. They wondered if she would dare to fight against Fang Chen. At the same time, all the warriors looked at Fang Chen in shock. This guy was too strong. He actually defeated Yang Shoujian with his strength. He's too strong. He defeated Yang Shoujian so easily. Even Li Mingzhu with 9 flashes of genuine qi is not Yang Shoujian's match. This guy actually defeated Yang Shoujian so easily. Among the younger generation of Miza City, no one is his match. I'm afraid his strength has already entered the half-step spiritual spiral realm. Not only the warriors who were watching, but even Li Mingzhu and the others were shocked. No one was more shocked than Li Xiaoke. She was still very weak, but the moment she saw Fang Chen defeat Yang Shoujian, her heart was in turmoil. He's so strong, Li Xiaoke muttered to herself. Li Mingzhu's cold eyes also revealed a trace of shock. When they first saw Fang Chen at the Luoying mountain peaks, the latter was on the verge of death. They had just casually saved him. They did not expect his strength to be so strong. Genius, he's definitely a genius. Even the geniuses of other big cities are not as strong, Elder Li Han said excitedly. Guest Li, who was standing to the side, was even more shocked. This time, who dares to say that the warriors I saved are all good-for-nothings? Li Xin said loudly. Fang Chen's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. He defeated the entire younger generation of Miza City with his strength alone. This was such a magnificent feat. Yang Shoujian had been completely defeated by Fang Chen in the sword principle competition. If the Yang family head had not intervened, he would have died at Fang Chen's hands. Fang Chen, a man like a god, had appeared out of nowhere and was incomparably dazzling. While all the warriors were shocked, they were also guessing what level Fang Chen's sword principle had reached. How could he easily defeat Yang Shoujian, who had sword essence, with just sword momentum? However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure it out. At this moment, Fang Chen stood on the martial arts arena like a god of war with an imposing aura. In the Lu family area, when everyone heard Fang Chen's words, they all looked at Lu Lianxue. Even the Lu family head looked at Lu Lianxue. At this moment, Lu Lianxue smiled. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of daintiness. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she was surrounded by a charming aura. Her red lips moved slightly, and she said, "Even Yang Shoujian was easily defeated by you. If my guess is correct, Your strength has probably reached the half-step spiritual spiral realm. Fang Chen did not respond to Lu Lianxue. He was waiting for Lu Lianxue's decision. He was fighting on behalf of Li Xiaoke. As long as there were still people who did not admit defeat, he would continue to fight. I admit defeat. Lu Lianxue shook her head gently and said. She had thought that the final battle would be between her and Yang Shoujian. However, she had never imagined that this young warrior would appear out of nowhere and directly defeat Yang Shoujian, who was known as the strongest sword principal attack in Miza City. Lu Lianxue could not see through Fang Chen. She had even secretly activated her charm to the extreme, but she could not make him fall for it. Therefore, Lu Lianxue did not want to fight. Because even if she fought, she was probably not a match for Fang Chen. Invincible in the condensing reality realm. This was the evaluation given to Fang Chen by the 3 family heads, as well as Lu Lianxue and the others. You and I will fight again in the spirit whirlpool realm. Lu Lianxue said sweetly. Since Lu Lianxue had given up, Lu Feiwen naturally would not be stupid enough to fight with Fang Chen. So far, Fang Chen had won all 4 battles. He had even killed the Yang family's Yang Fang. This kind of record was enough to dominate the entire younger generation. Younger generation, is there anyone else who is not convinced? Fang Chen looked around and said loudly. In the entire square, no one spoke. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his mouth and said, "Can this large competition end now?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Lu family head looked at the other 2 family heads and said, "Since no one is going to fight, then this large competition in Miza City will end here." Originally, according to the rules of the large competition in Miza City, there were still a few more battles. However, Fang Chen's sudden appearance had disrupted the rhythm of the large competition. Even the strongest Yang Shoujian had been defeated by Fang Chen. No one else dared to fight. Thus, this large competition could only end like this. The 2 family heads did not object. The Lu family head announced, "The first place of this large competition is..." Before the Lu family head could finish speaking, he was stopped by Fang Chen. Lu family head, I'm representing Li Xiaoke in this large competition. The first place belongs to Li Xiaoke, Fang Chen said softly. In the Li family's area, Li Xiaoke was very touched. Fang Chen had killed Yang Fang and defeated Yang Shoujian in a fit of anger for her. She was very touched. Now, he had given the first place in the competition to her on a silver platter. Do the 2 family heads have any objections? Asked the Lu family head. The Li family head naturally did not have any objections. As for the Yang family head, the first place did not belong to their Yang family. It was the same no matter who it was. Right now, his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. He wanted nothing more than to kill Fang Chen right now. However, logic told him that he could not do it now. Once he did, the Li family head would definitely do it. At that time, it might cause a war between the 2 families. Kid, I'll let you live a little longer, the Yang family head said to himself. Killing Yang Fang and defeating Yang Shoujian had already crossed the bottom line in the Yang family head's heart. Furthermore, the potential Fang Chen had shown at such a young age was too strong. It would not be a problem for him to break through to the spirit vortex realm. Even reaching the true martial realm, which was above the spirit vortex realm, was only a matter of time. Chapter 584. In the end, the annual grand competition in Kaiyang City ended in such a manner. No one had expected such an outcome. A young warrior had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed all the young warriors in Kaiyang City, forcefully taking first place. But, he had given up first place to someone else. After the grand competition in Kaiyang City ended, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Kaiyang City. Although Kaiyang City was considered a small city in the 5-element state, it was still incomparable to the cities in the 4 mountain ranges. Fang Chen had suppressed the younger generation and had become the invincible condensing reality realm warrior in the eyes of the older generation. As long as he was given some time, breaking through to the spirit vortex realm would not be a problem. Kaiyang City, Lu family mansion. The grand competition had just ended yesterday, and today, the Yang family head could not wait to visit the Lu family head. Lu family head. The Yang family head greeted with a smile after arriving at the Lu family mansion. Young family head. The Lu family head greeted the young family head. The young clan leader did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Clan leader Lu, you have seen the potential of Fang Chen. If he is allowed to continue growing, he will definitely become a spirit vortex realm expert. He is on the Li clan's side. To both our clans, he is ultimately a threat. A mere spirit vortex realm warrior is not enough to affect the balance of our three families. The Lu family head said. Of course, he knew what the young family head was thinking. Fang Chen had killed young Fang and defeated young Shoujian, ruining the reputation of the younger generation of the young family. With the young family head's vengeful attitude, how could he not take revenge for this grudge? He was worried that the Li family head would stop him, so he pulled the Lu family along. But the Lu family head obviously would not agree to his request. Young family head, the Lu family will not participate in this matter. The Lu family head expressed his attitude. The young family head did not come to a conclusion and left directly. At the same time, a grand banquet was being held in the Li family mansion. Within the Li family, all warriors could participate. Even the guards that Li Xiaoke had rescued could participate. The entire Li family mansion was filled with banquets. Countless warriors were chatting with each other. At the table in the middle sat the Li family patriarch, Li Mingzhu, Li Xiaoke, and the others. Of course, Fang Chen was also at this table. Originally, Fang Chen wanted to keep a low profile, but the Li clan leader said that it had to be grand. Fang Chen had no choice but to comply. Fang Chen, you have reached such heights at such a young age. I am truly impressed. The Li clan leader raised his cup and said to Fang Chen. When the patriarch of the Li family was young, he was slightly inferior to Fang Chen. Fang Chen grinned but didn't say anything. Li Xiaoke sat beside Fang Chen with a smile on her face. She did not expect that the warrior she had casually saved would be so powerful. Fang Chen, from now on, treat the Li family mansion as your home. You can come and go as you wish. The Li clan leader tried to recruit Fang Chen. My life was saved by Xiaoke. Avenging Xiaoke is my duty, Fang Chen said simply. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke's face was full of smiles. Beside her, Li Mingzhu, who was known as the ice goddess of Mizang City, also smiled. Li Xin and Li Cheng were even more excited. It was as if they had won first place in the large competition. Brother Fang, when I saw you at the Luoying mountain peaks, I felt that you were extraordinary. Li Xin smiled. Li Xin, keep bragging. At that time, Brother Fang was battered and exhausted, as if he was about to die. You could tell that Brother Fang was extraordinary. Li Cheng directly exposed Li Xin's words. The entire Li family mansion was bustling with noise. After the banquet, Fang Chen returned to his courtyard. Of course, this was the courtyard that the Li clan leader had personally prepared for Fang Chen. Not long after Fang Chen returned to his courtyard, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke also arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. You too. Fang Chen was a little confused when he saw the two girls. Fang Chen, the banquet was too boring. We came to chat with you. Can't we? Li Xiaoke said playfully. We are the three goddesses of Mizang City. We won't chat with ordinary people. Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, Fang Chen laughed and said, Then, I'm not an ordinary person. Li Mingzhu continued, That's right. You are indeed not an ordinary person. You killed young Fang with one punch and then easily defeated young Shoujian. Furthermore, you defeated young Shoujian with swordsmanship. With this kind of combat ability, no one in the younger generation of Mizang City can match you. If you are an ordinary person, then what are we? Li Mingzhu said. Fang Chen smiled and glanced at the two girls. Suddenly, Li Xiaoke said, Fang Chen, you defeated young Shoujian. The Yang clan will definitely not let you go. The Yang clan leader is a vengeful person. You killed young Fang and defeated young Shoujian in front of so many people, humiliating the Yang clan. With the Li clan around, although the Yang clan won't dare to do anything publicly, they might do something to you in secret, Li Mingzhu explained. Fang Chen nodded and said, I will be careful. He had thought of this when he killed young Fang. Fang Chen, Mizang City is only a small city in the five-element state. With your strength, you shouldn't stay in a place like this for the rest of your life, Li Xiaoke said. The best of the younger generation in Mizang City were only warriors with 9 flashes of true qi. In some big cities, the best of the younger generation had even reached the spirit vortex realm. Only then could they be called geniuses. Hearing this, Fang Chen's blood boiled. To be able to compete with the best of the younger generation, he was very happy. It was only through constant battles that he could grow rapidly. Coming to the five-element state this time was an accident. However, since he was here, Fang Chen couldn't just go back. He had to increase his cultivation and strive to reach the spirit vortex realm as soon as possible. Once he had enough strength, he would return to the 4 great ridges and destroy the 100 Snake Valley. The 100 Snake Valley Master and the other 3 had destroyed the teleportation formation, causing him to enter the spatial turbulence and almost died. If not for the Golden Heart, he would have died long ago. He always remembered this deep hatred in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. I will cultivate in Mizang City for a while before leaving, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke nodded. Li Mingzhu, who was beside her, continued, Fang Chen, you are now in the Li family estate. There is no danger. However, once you leave the Li family estate, you must be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Although Li Mingzhu's body emitted a cold aura, her heart was boiling hot. Fang Chen looked at 2 of the 3 goddesses of Mizang City up close with a complicated expression. At this time, Fang Chen thought of the star and moon. I wonder if the star and moon is in the five-element state, Fang Chen thought to himself. After the star and moon left the Shengfeng nation, there had been no news of them. All these years, Fang Chen had been asking around for information about the star and moon, but there was no news of her at all. As long as I am strong enough, I will definitely be able to find the star and moon, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fists. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke accompanied Fang Chen to chat. Through the 2 girls, Fang Chen roughly understood some information about the five-element state. Mizang City was at the border of the five-element state and was very close to the 4 great ridges. Within the five-element state, there were many experts and geniuses. Those who could stand at the peak of the five-element state were true geniuses. Mizang City was only Fang Chen's first stop in the five-element state. It wouldn't be long before he left Mizang City and went to an even more vast world. However, while chatting with the 2 girls, Fang Chen also discovered that the currency used in the five-element state was high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones. As for mid-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones, they couldn't be used at all. Because of this, Fang Chen made a decision. He had to quickly exchange his low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones, or even peak-grade spirit stones. I wonder if there is a place to exchange spirit stones in Mizang City, Fang Chen suddenly asked. You want to exchange spirit stones? Li Xiaoke blinked. Fang Chen nodded, then Li Xiaoke asked, what spirit stones do you want to exchange? I have some low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones. I want to exchange them for high-grade spirit stones or top-grade spirit stones, said Fang Chen. Low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones are inferior spirit stones. They can't be used in the five-element state, so their value is much lower than the market price, said Li Mingzhu. But even so, almost no one is willing to exchange their high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones, said Li Mingzhu. Fang Chen nodded. He also understood this principle, so he could only place his hopes on a merchant association. As expected, Li Xiaoke's next words made Fang Chen very happy. If you want to exchange spirit stones, you can only find a merchant association, said Li Xiaoke. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at Li Mingzhu. Then she said, in our Mizang City, there is a large merchant association, but their business is only open to acquaintances. When Fang Chen heard this, he was a bit anxious. Seeing Fang Chen's anxious appearance, Li Xiaoke laughed and said, but if Sister Mingzhu takes you there, you can definitely exchange spirit stones.